Hello. Happy Friday. It is Skyblock day. Let's zoom out and get a look at the whole base. So, where are we at with the Skyblock? Last week, we spent a bunch of time leveling up our mechanism stuff. So we've got all of our infusers for everything. We switched a lot of our making of metal dusts over to the mechanism crusher, so we're not using all the ores hammers anymore, which is a delight. It's a lot faster. Hey, ranged. So we've got all of this going, and we are making fissile fuel. I have it turned off right now because it's very loud. I guess I could make a bunch of muffling upgrades for mechanism and drop them into every single machine. I could also just use ESM. But anyway, this is quiet at the moment because it's turned off, but we can make fissile fuel reasonably quickly. All of these machines do have speed upgrades in them, but we are ultimately kind of this is only one like assembly line making these, and I made no attempt to ratio anything. It's literally just shoving everything into the appropriate machines and spitting it out the other side. So it makes a reasonable amount of fissile fuel, but we might need to scale this up. We'll find out. So today, though, we have already started to make... Yeah, we have our fission fuel assemblies and our control rod assemblies done. And that was about when I started to feel real sick last week and gave up. So I think in the push to the reactor, the other side of it is going to be making the appropriate ports for our inputs and outputs, the control adapter, and then building the actual reactor. For a 18 by 18 by 18, which I believe is the biggest one, and is what we built our fuel assemblies and control rod assemblies for. That's 18 cubed, 16 cubed. We need half a stack of input ports. Okay, that's what I thought. Because also, isn't there weird stuff with like mechanism pipe speeds and crap like that where they do... Don't they like act weirdly? Although we don't have to use mechanism pipes. We can use... we could use less silly pipes. Okay, but like as far as our outer wall is 1,736 casings, with some of those replaced by logic adapters, and some of them replaced by ports. But we should be able to just make the reactor casing in our... That's the wrong casing. Fission reactor casing. That's the one we want. Are we making lead? Did we... This looks like lead. That's lead. Okay, good. Yeah, we have a few thousand lead. All right, let's start that. All 1736 of them, and then we're gonna have to also make various ports and whatever else we need. One of these is going to be making casings for me. Yeah. Pretty fast, actually. That's not bad. Obviously, we could get more parallelism with more co-processing units, but like I was saying last time, I probably want to think about pushing to higher tiers of AE2 stuff instead of just more and more of the same. We need a logic adapter and fusion and reactor ports. So let's get those encoded. Logic adapter. And fission port. And you said like at least half a stack of input ports. And that's just because of how much water we're going to need to try to push into the darned thing to keep it cool, right? I am out of cut andesite. I should really automate that. Need to get the steam out as well, yeah. So maybe just make a couple stacks of ports and move on with our lives, is what I'm hearing. I feel like for things like that, they're cheap enough at this point that we can not worry too much about the resource cost of it and the crafting time cost of it. Like, by the time I'm done building the platform for this, we're going to have our 1800 casings, and we are going to have to build some extra casings. I just wanted to get it started. I'm going to put this kind of far away, because if it does explode... So we're going to center it on these 4 chunks, because it's bigger than one chunk anyway. And hopefully... I don't know, is this far enough away? Because if it's 18 by 18, it's going to come like halfway here. Should I go further away in case I screw it up? Oh, it's like a 15. Okay, it's huge. I don't necessarily want to try to have... Oh, do I want to go that far away? Yeah, I'd have to go very far away if I want to not deal with contamination. All right. In that case, we're just not going to let it explode. Or build it... That's true. We could build it in the nether. Then transporting the nuclear waste is a pain? Yeah. Right, we'd have to get the nuclear waste back to this dimension. I mean, we do have applied mechanistics stuff. So, like, we could send the nuclear waste back and forth, right? Yeah, I mean, there's also the chemical peer-to-peer tunnel. Although I have no idea how that works with radioactive things. Oh, it's not a chemical, it's its own thing. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Yeah, okay. Radioactive chemical storage cell. Which, yeah, we need polonium before we can make. You are absolutely correct. Well, so much for that idea. All right, we'll just build it here, and we'll be really careful, and we won't blow it up. That's the plan. I'm still gonna center it here because if it's 18 by 18, we need. Ooh, that's actually really close. It's really painful, yeah. I'm gonna go one further out just so I have a little more space to work. So we ended up where I said originally. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I was just I was building my hand just to get the basic shape before I started dropping the wand in. And there. So that is a 20 by 20 platform for our 18 by 18 reactor. I could probably go one more around on the radius, or circumference rather, but you know what? So we do have laser IO. I can use that for nuclear. Could I also, and maybe there's things that are in place to prevent this, could I use, like, dimensional storage to move, like, nuclear containers around in AE2? Or is that just asking for shit to explode? All right. This thing is so big. This is nonsense. All right, what does this want me to make for the quest so that the quest is happy? 4 reactor ports and a logic adapter. I know we're going to need more reactor ports than that. Yeah, I was... My thought was that maybe you could bypass all of the checks by using spatial storage, and then, like, it just happens to have those NBT tags that represent the radioactive stuff. But spatial storage and getting spatial storage to play nice with having, like, things going in and out of the area that you're spatially storing sounds like a nightmare to me. Now, the real question is, am I going to get lucky and will the builder's wand... Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I don't have that as a crafting. Tall are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right. And then we need the control rods, which I guess I'm just going to have to put on by hand, aren't I? Ah! Okay. So that's the guts of it. Ooh. How hard is that to make? Oh, it's literally an upgrade for my Pollonium pickaxe. Interesting. Ultimate control circuit, reinforced alloy. We have all that. I think just the induction cell is the only stuff we're not actively making. We might not have lithium. I mean, we're pretty close to insta-mining with efficiency 5 on this Pollonium pickaxe, but... You can't... Okay, so I'd lose... I'd want to make a new Pollonium pickaxe then, so I'm not losing all my... Losing my nicely enchanted one. Oh, nope, don't want to do that. I gotta make one layer of this here. Yeah. And that way the stick's not trying to build up the walls into the gaps. Lithium need to set up 2 evaporation towers, deal with heat, transfer water brine. Should be a quest line for that. We'll need to make the setup anyway for the star. Okay. I'm gonna have to do it anyway, so it's worth doing. But the question is, like, as far as where we're at in Pollonium, like, if I wanted to, I could be at Vibranium tier. I just haven't bothered trying to do it yet, because these crystalline ingots are a pain. Although I think at this point, now that we have nether stars happening automatically, we could probably automate these. Can I make a vibranium? Yeah, there is a vibranium geore. So we only have to make... Well, that's still 81 vibranium ingots we have to make the annoying way, but... Oh, this also needs... I remember this now. This needs geore shards that we're not currently making available to the network. So I'd have to get that figured out too. I mean, both of those are things I'm going to have to do eventually, right? Both the mech stuff for lithium and the... Oh yeah, classic ATM10, you just mine it. And unobtainium, we at least get to just mine. But the vibranium specifically, they decided to make a pain. All right. So that's all the, This thing is huge. It's literally blocking out the sun. Where are we? Mechanism reactor. We probably get some nice rewards from this, don't we? Some casings. Ooh, some reactor glass. And a chemical tank. Oh well. So this is the question. Do we make a turbine to try to increase our power budget, or do we just have this thing focused on producing waste that we can process and move on with our lives? Because, like, it would take me a second to get a uraninite geore set up. This is uranium, right? Yeah. We'd have to set up a uraninite geore, and then we can run power, you know, unlimited top-tier power reactors. And last week, I know I was talking about capturing the steam and making power with it, but I'm kind of over it, and power is easy to set up. All right, so as far as building this thing goes, we have pictures. Yeah. Yeah, I know we can get good energy out of it. It's just like, is it worth the hassle? And it's a really cool looking multi-block. Like, I like the big turbine, but all right, so we're going to have coming straight ahead from here next to my walkway. This is fissile fuel in. The logic adapter, we might not even need in the grand scheme of things, but we'll figure that out. And I'm going to run, I think, like a row up the left here. I'm going to need to make more of those. But we'll have water in on one side, steam out the other side, fissile fuel in at the center here. And I'll just leave the logic adapter here for now. Oh no. I'm going to go sleep, because I see a creeper right next to my reactor on my mini-map. Maybe we should have lit the platform. Do we need to light the top of the reactor? Is it spawnable? That would be hilarious. The answer is yes, it's spawnable. Hey, buddy. All right, so yeah, we gotta deal with really? Let's see. 16 squares left in the middle. Oh, that's just annoying. Right. Yeah. That was my understanding of the logic adapter as well. Did I not just say to make 500 of these? There they go. Apparently I did not say it. I just thought it. Yeah, as long as we can make it a reasonably stable setup, I'm not too worried about needing the logic adapter. And, like, it will be a reasonably stable setup. That's fine. Let's do this in a little less silly way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tick. 1, 2, 3, 4, tick. And then right in the same spot there. All right, that's a reasonable grid of torches. I spent more time thinking about that than was really necessary, but... They're inside my reactor. That can't possibly be a problem, can it? Is there anything I can do about this? Or are they just gonna eventually... Will they get killed once it's running? I mean, yeah, I know it doesn't matter, but... All right. The new nuclear mob grinder? Indeed. Oh no! Well, that was a waste. I should really make myself a magnet of some sort. How many hours do I have in this and I haven't made myself a magnet? Okay, so in theory, this is a valid multi-block. Yes. Max burn rate is a hilarious amount per tick. Rate limit is currently 0.1. Good. So now... Oh, right. I need a configurator thingy. Yeah. Input only. These ones are... Okay, so all the inputs don't matter. It's just the output coolant and output waste that need to be appropriately set. And unfortunately, I lost one of these. Ugh. So we're going to have a spare again. But we're going to have one here for waste. And then all of these ones need to be output coolant. I will probably need more ports as we start to ramp this up. Yes. Sink has infinite water. Okay, so we can just pull as much out of a sink as we can conceivably use. And I do have a sink somewhere. I think it's up here doing nothing useful. Oh, it was running this reactor. Hilarious. If I disconnect this, is this gonna... Yeah, I'll just make a new one. That is the correct answer. Really? I don't have terracotta as a... No, I do have terracotta. Okay, I just need to make the sink pattern and then it should auto-craft everything. Ooh. Can I make AE2 automatically make water buckets for me? Is that a thing that it can figure out how to do? I guess if I had water essence from Mystical Agriculture, it would work. Because, like, I have water available in the AE2 system, and I can do it myself. You just used the Mystical Agriculture recipe? Fair enough. I mean, there we go. Now it'll work. Yeah, do I have water? I do have water essence already. So yeah, we could just set up the Mystical Agriculture recipe. And then the quest book is telling me that if I feel like trying to use integrated dynamics for this, we can get just boatloads of water moving through. But I don't have ID set up at all yet, so... I mean... The pipe's ultimate upgrade is fairly quick, but I don't know if it's sufficiently quick. I guess we can find out. Hey, that counts as a wrench. $10 buckets per tick this will pull. Okay. That's enough to start. Surely 10 buckets a tick is enough to at least start it running at low speed. Also, that's doing fine pushing into one port. Like, that's 10 buckets a tick into one port. But you think the mech pipes are a better option? The ultimate mechanical pipes, is that the one? Pump rate, 32 buckets a tick. Versus, what did I say this was? 10 buckets a tick. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, and I have not touched ID in this at all. I rushed AE2. Yeah, these will suffice. All right, that's definitely moving a little bit faster. Okay. So we have coolant in. Next is coolant out, which is just the same thing, right? A wall of mech pipes hooked up to a trash can on this side. Why does this want me to make an ultimate trash can for this quest? Hook up one sink to 6 ports. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Right, because it's the input rate, right? So if I put more alt pipes around this, it will... Ah! They share the same... Oh, right. So yeah, that would be a lot more. It isn't just like it'll input faster from each of these. It's each of them is pushing to their own. Yeah, that would be major spaghetti. Every pipe system works differently. There's definitely some mods where what I'm doing here would actually make sense. But if mech is not one of them, then I will, damn it. We can undo the spaghetti. I mean, this should be fine. This can pull, whatever, 32 buckets a tick. Right, capacity is 128, pump rate is 32. So in theory, we could pull 4 of them. Would that work with 4, the way the capacity and the pump rate works? So would I want to do this with it, but no more? because that's within the capacity, but each face has its own pump rate. Like that. So that'll fill the 128 capacity with 4x 32 pump rate. I'm fine with that. I'm going to believe that that is true and move on with my life. I don't need to min-max this thing. Does this tell me the ratio? No. Yeah, well, that's part of why I'm getting this set up now. Is we have lots of other mods to push into, and we can let this run in the background. Yeah, burn rate's the number to go off of. What I'm trying to find out is is there a multiplier on like steam versus water, like in Greg Tech, where like one water turns into a heap of steam? Or is it just 1-to-1? Because if it's a 1-to-1, then this is easy to empty because we only have one pipe's worth of input water. So we're only going to have one pipe's worth of output water. But if it's messier than that, then we're going to need a lot more pipes, if that makes sense. Believe it's 1-to-1, but haven't played with Mechanism in a long time. All right, we'll find out the hard way. Oh, and I never made myself a, Really? I don't have a bucket? Okay. And I know this actually cannot pull from this many ports, but it's fine for now. Usually just eyeball it, start at 0.1 burn rate, slowly increase that until you hit a point where you produce more steam, then pump water in and just find equal. Yeah. I think if what the wiki says is correct, then we should be able to do like 5 point something. Is it 5.4? No, more than that. 6.4. But some of the ratios might have been changed by all the mods, so we'll spin it up slowly. All right. So We need to make a radioactive waste barrel. Okay, that's easy. Can I use... Right, I didn't actually build the thing, I just built the... And we have to use the right... Yeah, the pressurized tube, are those the ones? Yeah. For chemicals, etc. All right. Oh, it's the pipes, the liquid pipes. Okay, so the same ones I have been using? Yeah, just don't destroy a barrel that has any quantity of waste fuel in it. Yep. All right, and then we're going to need another centrifuge. We'll deal with that later. Because we need plutonium and polonium to get the SPS, to get antimatter. Cool. Let me check this wiki page. Let me see what this says about nuclear waste. Pressurized tube is what the wiki says. Okay. I'm going to trust the wiki. That's these ones. We really only need the most basic ones, huh? This is going to be such a small amount of waste. But we'll just encode the... There's no reason not to use the best ones at this point. We made all these fancy mech infusers to be able to use the highest tier of everything, so we may as well use the highest tier of everything. Whoops. Okay. So in theory, we just need to start pushing fuel into this. And I believe the pressurized tube is also the right one for that. I hope it is. Oh. Okay, we have some fuel. We're set to 0.1 millibuckets a tick. Very low rate to start with. Well, there we go. We're activated. Temp is going up, but that should stabilize, right? Oh yeah, fuel is definitely our limiting factor on this thing. I don't know that we even produce it, even with our current coolant at like 6 millibuckets a tick max. I don't know if we're producing it fast enough for that to matter. Well, that's good timing. It is ad break o'clock. So I guess we'll let this thing warm up over the course of the ad break, and hopefully we will see it starting to make waste. Hey, we've got a millibucket of nuclear waste. We did it. We did it. I'm going to step away and get some water during the break, as always. And when we come back, I don't even know if we necessarily need to do anything more with this for now. Well, we should dial this in and get it going as fast as we can get it going. And then probably start figuring out plutonium and polonium from it. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we will work on that. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for sticking around through the break. The nuclear waste disappears slowly in the barrel. You should... Oh, that's good to know. Okay. So yeah, the next steps are those processing steps. So that's... Well, ooh, before I do anything else, actually, let's do that. I'm either going to need to start... You can use the tube as a buffer with these slow burn rates. Yeah. So if the coolant heating rate is linear, then my math was off, but we should be able to do like 2.5 millibuckets a tick. It's also possible that it's not linear, and that's why we're burning so much more water than I expected. But I'm gonna... Let's go crazy. So yeah, 1 millibucket a tick. We're burning almost half our coolant. Because we should be able to push in 128 buckets a tick, give or take. All right, let's go back down to 0.1 for now. Actually, we can just turn it off. No sense wasting waste. Okay, so we need another centrifuge. And on the other side, we need the solar neutron activator. I don't think I have bronze set up yet. We should be able to set bronze up pretty easily, though. One second. Let me first of all fix some... That look... I guess it doesn't want one here, too. Okay, fine. We'll do it. It's more torches than I want to leave around, but whatever. Right. Bronze. Do we currently have copper dust available, like, in general? Presumably. Well... No. Or tin dust. Okay. That's fine. We can encode both of those. Because we have a mech crusher set up, right? So that's just copper dust, tin dust. Not that I have tin, like, truly set up properly yet, but we'll deal with that. And then from that, we'll just craft bronze dust. And then bronze ingots are blasting pattern. Okay. So, crushing factory gets our dusts. Bronze dust happens here. And the bronze ingot is inside the pig. Let me go find that. This one. There's not a lot that we do here, is there? So that'll get us the bronze. All of this is for the solar neutron. Yeah, that thing. And then the advanced solar generator. Yeah, we're just going to have a bunch of... stuff that we're missing. All right, that should be everything we need to make one of these guys. And one more of these guys. Like the isotopic centrifuge, taking the sun's rays through the solar cells on top, focus those rays. Every 5 millibuckets of nuclear waste will become 1 millibucket of polonium. And then to make a polonium pellet, I need the pressurized reaction chamber with fluorite dust and water. Okay. Yeah, we don't have it encoded yet. The rates are, those are crazy rates. This needs some other stuff hooked up to it, though, doesn't it? To actually make the polonium. It's going to need water, it's going to need power, and it's going to need fluorite dust. Okay. Let's go up a little bit higher, just so I have space to walk underneath it. I'm flying everywhere most of the time, but just the same. We'll leave walk in space. All right, so this is gonna need... a few few things hooked up to it. Export bus. Can this export simultaneously? Sure it can. Where's normal water? Water and fluorite dust. We probably need a, like, crafting card for fluorite dust to happen, don't we? Oh yeah, I forgot there's a multi... Oh, that's easy. Yeah, we could save a channel. Good shout. Yeah, and then we shouldn't need more cables at all. All right. So now, water, fluorite dust, which we must have a crafting thing for, right? No? Weren't we already doing something with fluorite, though? Am I losing my mind? Okay, we just have the fluorite crystals, but we're not making fluorite dust, I guess. How are we even getting the crystals? Do I remember how this is happening? We might just be relying on the fact that we have a bunch of them from sifting still. That might be our current situation. That might be our current situation, is we're not really making them at all. All right, but fluorite dust presumably just happens in a mech crusher. Yeah, that's easy enough to encode. All right, fluorite dust in the crusher. Definitely automate sulfur and fluorite, yeah. I think when I looked at them last week, the options for automating them were not, like, feeling great to me. But all right, this should be able to start crafting fluorite now. And yet... Oh, all of my waste decayed. Excellent. It does mean that I can move stuff around, though. Won't decay in the tube, only in the barrel. Good to know. Does that mean that I should leave a barrel as a buffer so it can decay if I need it to? Why is that not connecting? Am I losing my mind? Only from the top or bottom? Ah, okay. There we go. And then this one. Disconnect that. That's a pull. And then it comes out to our machines. Yeah? Why do we not have fluorite? Is the job even being scheduled? Let's find out. Let's check our crafting terminals. Also, what's wrong with this? That seems like it broke. Scheduled 1. Why are you trying to make an Invar hammer? Okay, something's wrong. Oh, I just made the wrong fluorite dust pattern. That's my problem. Is it a duplicate or did I make the wrong one and put it in here? I made the wrong one when I put it in here. I'm just an idiot. This one. And then, is this going to be stuck still, though, trying to use the wrong pattern? Yes. Cancel that job. There we go. Cool. So I should be able to turn the reactor back on at this point. And we should start to make polonium. Why is the coolant building up? Oh, these are the wrong steams of gas. Right, so the mechanical pipes are the wrong. I need to use the pressurized tubes. Oh, which also means this is the wrong trash can. That's why it wanted me to make an ultimate trash can. I understand now. Hey, and this time they're all connecting correctly. Amazing how that works. Cool. Now we should be good. 1 millibucket a tick. We should not be accumulating coolant at all. Yep. Cool. There's steam coming out, going in the trash can. Change ports with. I should have already set them all to the right output earlier. Unless I accidentally reset them. Yeah, output coolant. Oh, wait, no, it did. It changed them back. Output coolant. I mean, as long as the tube has steam in it. I'm going to turn this off so I don't accidentally put, like, radiation in this. Make sure these are all set to output coolant. Blue, 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 blue. They are all... Oh yeah, they got reset. Interesting. Yeah, they changed their mode on me. All right. Not that it matters. We only need up to 4 of these for one pipe, so the rest of them would be for another set of eventual outputs. Items, input, output, auto eject on, and that should just shove it right into the AE2 network when it finally gets some. Yeah, I know it only works during the day. I just realized it's the middle of the night. We made a little bit of polonium, though. And this isotopic centrifuge seems to have decided that it just doesn't want to get made, and I don't know why. It thinks one is in process. It's just not a weird craft, so I don't know why it's having trouble. Oh, good to know. I knew there was a way to do this. I just couldn't remember what it was. Okay, I need to set all of my fancy ones to only be for players, for one thing. But why are we crashing? Because when I cancel that, we don't have the circuits that it should have made, right? That's... Yeah, because it wants to make 2 ultimate control circuits. Which are now there. And like... Oh! This chemical tank has fissile fuel in it. Well, that's a problem. Yeah, apparently I had substitutions enabled. Ugh. So now the question is, does one of these have in its inventory? Because we still made those processors at some point. Oh, look at that. There they are. There they are again. No, but these ones are empty basic chemical tanks. So they should have worked. Interesting. This does have substitutions on, which I'm going to change. But it did look like it found the right tanks initially, so I'm not sure why we're having this issue. Okay. Sure. But I should be able to just, like, have each of these guys, like... Yep. I'm just getting rid of all this fissile fuel that the game gave me for free from the quest book. No sense holding on to it. Okay. Whatever. We've got our centrifuge now. Let's also get this figured out. So plutonium pellets are also made in a reaction chamber. Okay, it's literally exactly the same thing. When there's any NBT data on them, the craft just doesn't work. Okay. So that was probably the issue. There was some kind of NBT something something. Oh, except not quite. Yeah, I noticed that placing and breaking thing, because I had to just reset the NVT data in my crafting grid. Didn't I make a thing that, like, copies... Except we want that one. Oh, right. And this thing's hard to power. Is there any reason to store them as liquids at all and not just convert them right to... Ah, okay. I need the liquid polonium. Okay. So I'm going to have to readjust this to buffer liquid polonium and not just make it... Not just make it into the solids. But we should have... We have polonium! Yeah. It also seems like the way mech pipe priorities work, plutonium is just not getting anything. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. That's going to be too much. I think we can only pull in 128. Right? Because each of these can pump 32, and we've got 4 of them, and the pipe limit is 128. So this is going to be a little bit... Yeah, it's draining. I'm fine at 123 out of 128. I mean, we could push it up a little bit further. There we go. That's about as close as we're going to get. 2.3 millibuckets a tick. For now, anyway. If we want more than that, we need more sinks hooked up to more pipes and... All right, this is getting a little bit of nuclear waste. Okay, good. Good. So we're probably making polonium faster. Well, actually, is it kind of split? It might be kind of split. All right, but we do have to deal with spent nuclear waste, which... Does the quest book give me any details about that? Or do I just put that into tanks to decay? Yeah, okay. Oh, right, it has to go in the top. Oh, that's so annoying. All right. Oh, yeah, that decays pretty quickly. We did it! This reactor is hilariously oversized for how much fuel we can make. No spicy air yet. No spicy air ever. We did it. This thing is stable. We've got a buffer for spent nuclear waste so that when we do need to change this, and we will need to change it, right? Because we're eventually going to need... We're not going to need any more plutonium, and we're only going to need the liquid polonium. For the SPS. Oh yeah, this thing. I think it took me like the last time I played with Mechanism, and you can tell how much I remember because I hardly remember how to even make the reactor. But I remember fighting to get the corners right on this darn thing. It's expensive and it requires a truckload of energy. Yeah, we're not going to make it yet. Whoop, there we go, our first plutonium. Does this also make spent waste, by the way? It does. All right, that's fine. I'm going to need more pressurized tubes. I guess I could... Well, it's too late. I already said to make more. I was going to say, I have more of these, so, like, we don't really need to merge them together, do we? But I can't go up here because we have the stupid energy cable in the way. I did not get this totally set up right, did I? Chemicals, output left, items in, fluids in. I think that's a chemical in for the I mean, that shouldn't matter. As long as we're able to get the... Yeah, we are. Good. Spent waste for both of them. I think, besides this being a very, very loud machine, I think we're good. It doesn't seem like we need to upgrade these at all for our current burn rate. All right, there we go. And we will turn back on fuel production. Yeah, and we're going up. We can make fuel quite a bit faster than we can burn it in the current setup, but for now it's working. When we're ready to start making antimatter, once we've got a stash of plutonium and polonium and we're going to reconfigure it, then we can redo our water and steam inputs, or our water input and steam output, to give us better, you know, we should easily be able to quadruple our burn rate, if not more. But there it is. I think it's stable. There's nothing that should be able to, like, break this, right? Because we're running off the sink. If anything goes wrong with any of the... I mean, the only thing that would break it would be, like... What? If we backed up on waste somehow, if this processing ever stopped? But if this processing stops, then probably we're, like, out of power, and the input processing should also stop? Oh. And I gotta sleep. All right, well, I'm calling that a success. Our next step is I want unlimited power. Which means that we're gonna need to... Well, we need to disassemble this reactor, and then we need to figure out how we want to set it up in the future. Obviously, we'll upgrade it from basic to whatever the top tier is called in power. Oh, I also have a bunch of stuff that I never claimed. What else did we have for quests that we completed? Oh, mechanism pipes in the logistics tab. And something in building tips. Oh, reactor glass. Yeah. I should have swapped some of that in for the... I forgot that I got that as a reward. But I'm not going to mess with it now. It's working. I don't want to touch it. Okay. So, on to power. I want to get up to nitro tier. Which... You didn't collect any rewards until you crafted the star? That is impressive. Yeah, that would have overflowed your inventory and dumped thousands and thousands of items on the ground around you. That's a good way to crash a server. All right, so we should have blazing crystal. Yeah. Oh, I already have the nitro crystals in... Okay. I already made this. So what's it missing? Is it just missing nether stars? Did I make the pattern for nether stars yet? No. We have nether star essence. So we need the crafting pattern. Which presumably goes through nether star shards first. Yes. Why did I do that? In here, Brandon. Nether star shards into a nether star. So now if I want to make a batch of these, no, we need block of blazing crystal as a recipe. And that's easy enough. That's just a bunch of regular blazing crystals. Now are you happy? In theory. I might have to upgrade some of these cables to nitro, at least the cables here to nitro, and the energizing rods to nitro once we get nitro crystals. Whew. Oops. So yeah, we definitely need those reactors. I'm going to turn off fuel production again. Yeah, it managed to make them, but just barely. So we do definitely need to get the reactor ready to go. Once we get a couple of nitro reactors, it'll be fine. Oh, that was disgusting. Oh, right. Those ones don't. Yeah, once we get our first nitro reactor, we can upgrade the infusion setup to nitro, and then we will be golden. The problem will be the buffer. I mean, I do have what is currently a spirited energy cell. We might have to upgrade that to a nitro energy cell, but like, we'll figure it out. All right, that is a lot of blue ice. Does anything else in here really need anything special? Not really. So we need to set up. I mean, that's easy. We'll drop this processing pattern into our normal power setup here. Yeah. So now we'll be able to just make dry ice forever when we need it. For SPS, you need to blast like 150 million energy a tick into the thing. Oof. That is, that's a lot. I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna make a spirited reactor first, because that's not quite as much nonsense. And then we'll use that to make the nitro reactor, and then we can upgrade the spirited reactor to another nitro reactor, and they can live side by side. And hopefully that won't eat our power. Because making those nitro crystals is just a lot. These are going so fast you don't even see the energizing thing flickering on or off. Yeah. ME storage is probably the right thing to be doing long term. No. Yeah, that worked. We found it. Because, yeah, we could just do this, right? There are mega ones as well. Ooh, are there? Mega source cells, mega chemical cells. Oh, I think I was already looking at the mega ones. Right? That's, yeah, 256 meg. Or does it go beyond that for FE because FE is different? Because, yeah, the 256 meg is the biggest megas. I don't know. I'll look at it later. This reactor is almost done. All right, so I set up the... recipe for dry ice, but dry ice needs blue ice. Which, oops. Which is from packed ice. Oh, it looks like I can use a drawer. Okay, I can set up a compacting drawer for this. I think we should do that. And then we just pull the blue ice right out and we don't even have to worry about it in the AE network. If we ever get power again. We are just not giving this thing a chance to recover its buffer. I am familiar with modular routers, but not like really, really familiar with it. I am aware of it. How's that? But yeah, modular routers would be good for a lot of smaller things. Oh, that's awful. I let my tea get very, very cold. All right, there's our compacting drawer. And then for the ice, I was using a, what's the mod called? I was just looking at it. Oratech. I was doing, and I think we could still use that, right? Still use the industrial chiller, machine cores. I mean, it should be basically the setup we had before, except slightly smarter because we're using a compacting drawer now instead of a compacting upgrade that made like extra dense ice. All right, it's ad break o'clock again. I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. I recommend you all do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves. And when we come back, we'll keep working on the inputs to the power reactors, and hopefully we can get ourselves to a point where we're not worrying about energy anymore. And then we'll figure out what the next thing to tackle is. I will see everybody soon. Okay. What do I want to be doing here? I want to be getting ice production going. Yes. So, what are we looking at on our various cables here? That one is actually more than 14 of 32. I need to split this cable into two. What are you? Okay. So yeah, 22 of 32 on that one. 19 of 32 on that one, although we're gonna have more stuff hooked up to the mechanism side of the world, so I don't necessarily want to let that go. I mean, we can pull a new color down and pull it out through this leg or something. That would give us 32 more channels that we can do stuff with down here. I should like refactor all of how these things are hooked up to the system, because a lot of it A lot of this only needs power. Yeah, we have a quartz fiber here. So, like, this whole thing... These are all isolated networks that have, like, fewer than 8 devices. You like how the pig's brain is the controller? Yeah, I quite enjoyed when I came up with that. I was very proud of myself. I do want to start getting more cables from like these upper sides coming out of places because I want it to look a little busier. That's why I made the controller smaller, was so I would have room for like cables coming off the sides here. That would make it kind of, I don't know, brain wrinkly kind of thing. Anyway, all of this only takes power, so I could actually rip out the cables attached to all of this stuff and just put an energy acceptor in with its own flux point, and then we wouldn't need any of this cabling. And then at this end, yeah, this is isolated, just power. This cable comes over here and hooks up to the output of our mob farm. So that's like the main thing that we're also broken again. I need to get a... Yeah, we have a lot of the mechanism tools stuff that's just taking up space in here. I have seen that design, and we do not need to go that crazy. I think this one is going to be plenty of channels. Like, probably just a few like peer-to-peers to get channels off of the sides, and then call it a day. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we need to set up this thing. I guess we'll take it off of this cable for now. Oh, actually, this doesn't have to be hooked up to ME at all. I just realized. Because the chiller just needs power. And then this will be hooked up to our drawer network. So I can just throw this anywhere I want. Just doesn't matter. Where do we have some dead space? We got a little dead space over here. So we're going to have a drawer. We're going to have our industrial chiller. Oh, it's only 2. And then sink. Some pipes. You only used like 300 channels, yeah. But it was very cool. Yeah, if I... Honestly, if I wasn't trying to fit it inside the pig brain, I would have built a very oversized, very ridiculous ME controller. Ooh, that doesn't work there, does it? Does it have to come out of the actual industrial chiller block instead of the machine core? Is that the issue? Yes, that is the issue. And then ice. Yeah. So this should, oh, this needs power. Yeah. Flux point. I really should have done the power things instead of the flux points, because I'm not using multiple networks, although we might set up one for multiple networks eventually. We might need to upgrade this with better machine casings or like speed upgrades or whatever to keep up with our need for dry ice for the power reactor. All right, so that's linked. So we should now have access to blue ice in here. Yes. And, well, we have some dry ice already, but we can craft dry ice as needed for our reactors. They report wrong numbers to the system, do they? They output the total of every potential thing. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. As opposed to the compacting cells that, like, report one thing and then make crafting recipes for the other things or something like that is how they work. All right. Yeah, and in this case, it shouldn't be used for crafting. We should just be exporting the blue ice to be turned into dry ice, right? Let's pick a new color. Should we go with lime for our... Oh, wait, was I using lime down here for something already? Is this lime or is this green? That's lime. Okay. Then we'll use green. We'll use green for nuclear. That's the... Do one there, and then we'll be able to set up more around. But I should be able to just pull in... some regular green cables. And then we'll set up our inputs and our outputs on both sides here. And that can run 2 reactors, and then we run 2 more. As many as we need down a line. So this needs carbon, redstone, and it's solid coolant. So that is an export bus. I guess these probably only need 1 channel, huh? Like, because we're just exporting a bunch of stuff. I might need an acceleration card for it, but... I'm hoping this will accept a coal gear. And blocks are... That is true. Is it worth it to be crafting them in the ME system, though? Dry ice, and we do need a crafting card for the dry ice. I mean, we're crafting the dry ice no matter what. Yeah. I could do that. I could export it to compacting drawers and then pump it in. Is there a... Is there a buff on the power side from having it be compacted? Or is it just a matter of bandwidth and getting the items into it? It's probably in the power book. Fair enough. Oh, it's not called book. Wait, do I not? Oh, there it is. Let's see. There's absolutely no information in this. Is there anything in the quest book about it, perhaps? Oh, I also need to make all the intermediate tiers of reactor. You feel like you've seen it somewhere? Yeah. You can increase the FE generation by keeping the fuel buffer full and by adding coal and redstone to the reactor. Using blocks of either will also work. Doesn't say it's better, though. Hmm. All right, the uraninite geore is going to be weird. Yeah, we have to do ender crafting. So we have to make 4 more uranium geores, which isn't too bad. And then set up our ender crafter so that we can get this done. Yeah, as long as we can feed it fast enough. And if we can't feed it fast enough with the 4 acceleration cards, then we will definitely consider switching to blocks and finding a way to make blocks quickly, because I'm sure we can compress things, but otherwise I just don't want to mess with it. It's extra steps right now to try to make it into blocks. All right, let me just double check the uranium geore is made the way I think it is. Yeah. It's a block of uranium over sand. Doing a full-scale setup for the uraninite is probably hilariously overkill, but you know what? I don't care. All right, those are going to melt slowly. We have 1x sand. Apparently, I have some 2x sand. I don't know why. Let me make sure. It is the 1x that I need for this? Yes. And then the uraninite geore shards get smelted into raw uraninite. Okay, and then those need to get smelted into uraninite. So we're going to have a double tier smelting stack for this setup. Funky, but acceptable. All right, and they do take the same amount of time, so they feed directly into each other, which is nice. Is that the last thing that this needs to turn on? Yes. And actually, we have a little bit of uraninite available from... Yeah, from sieving. So we can... we can hook this up. Yeah, these should be able to pull 200,000 FE a tick. Oh, it's full. Ha! Okay. Well, that's our problem. But if this is full, then it shouldn't be that hard for us to make a couple of nitro reactors. I do want to make... This is going to be silly, but just for the sake of popping the quests, we're going to tier through them one by one as we go. Hardened, blazing, niotic, and then nitro. Do an export bus. We need acceleration cards. We need crafting cards. Uraninite. Dry ice. And water. Round robin. Cool. Whoops. You are in blocking mode, right? Yeah. Interesting. That it got a piece of dry ice wedged in itself like that. That's unfortunate and upsetting. Oh, I know why. Because this needs... I forgot. That's how this works. It needs a special... There you go. Now it's making the dry ice that it needs to make. Glad I caught that now, before we were pulling dry ice through a lot more quickly. All right. There's our hardened reactor. Up next is the blazing. Thankfully, power reactors don't blow up. Yeah, they just get less efficient if they're not working right. And then we'll be able to make the nitro one. And we should probably upgrade everything around here to nitro cables feeding into the energy cell. And potentially separate some of the input. I could actually do that. All right, I'm going to turn this back on because I think we have the power for it now. And then we fly far, far away from it because it's very loud. I don't remember which recipe we're using for these. Is the Pharaoh Flare in this? Ooh, it is. Oh, and that's super cheap, too. Yeah, I should just make a bunch of those. That would clean up a lot of the torch spam. Let's see. This is not using the upgrade recipe. This is using the direct recipe. Okay. So that is what we're going to do. Although it does save a couple of nitro crystals if I use those spirited ones. It's probably not worth it. Or is it? The nitro crystals are just a lot more expensive than the spirited crystals. Whatever. I can always change it. Whoa. Definitely need to get a couple of nitro reactors going up here. This was fully buffered. Like, this is making 100,000 FE a tick, and it's doing nothing. We're getting there. And once we have one of them in place, we could tear down the other one, upgrade this one, which is also a lot of nitro. And then we're going to have to swap this out for a nitro cable as well, because how much FE is needed for the nitro crystal? Oh. I don't even want to know. 20 million for 16 of them. So $1.25 million per crystal. Yeah. Well, this will help. Turn auto mode on. All right, we definitely are going to need better cables, though. Because this cable... Yeah, 200,000 FE a tick. Let's try not to make too many of these. Are the mech cables better? Oh, almost certainly, aren't they? 3.2 million FE a tick versus 1 million FE a tick. Yeah. And they're much cheaper. That is also true. All right. Well, I've got these ones, so I'm going to use them here. But we'll swap those out in the future when we need high-end cables. All right. Generating 488,000, generating, yeah, 90,000. This probably can't, like, input fast enough, can it, at Spirited? All right, let's get this blueprinted. Mechanism loves its telescoping recipes. Cool. And now we can just build like a stack of these. Do we need to just make... I mean, what are our options for... Does this have like a power chapter? It doesn't. The induction metrics from Mechanism? Yeah. Choose reward. I guess just an oak drawer. That's what I've been using for everything. Okay. And of course they're tiered. Oh, it's a multi-block. Yeah. Induction ports, induction providers, induction cells. Walls, ceilings, and floor can be filled with induction casing, structural reaction glass, and ports. The inside... You split in half between the two, you end up with quintillions of FE or quadrillions. Yeah. No, obviously going 18 by 18 is silly. Like, if we start it just like... The ultimate induction providers are like 50 million each. We'd only need to go to like a... I mean, even an 8 by 8 would be huge. That would be... like 3 billion FE per tick input and output. 3 by 3 by 8 internal. That would work. So then the whole thing would be 5 by 5 by 10. All right, let's get started on this. Let's figure out what we need here. Induction ports, induction casings. Yeah, let's just start getting some crafting recipes done. We're going to want to make induction casings. We're going to want to make induction ports. Also, don't forget to have backup storage so you don't lose all power at once. Yes. And then ultimate induction cells. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of stuff that we need to set up the crafts for. Oh, I'm out of patterns. Here comes the... Oh, did I miss that I have lithium as an input on one of these? Am I going to be very sad? Aha! Sitting at the bottom of the queue. All right, and we have one advanced energy cube, which hopefully that just cleared the NBT on, so that if it tries to get used in a craft, it won't break anything. We'll see if that works out. All right, so we got to figure out lithium. That's the next step. Is that a quest line over here somewhere? No. Is that a quest line in here somewhere? Also, no. Okay, I'm just left on my own to figure lithium out. That's fine. Chemical crystallizer from molten lithium to lithium dust. All right. And then we decondensitrate from flowing lithium to regular lithium? No. Yes. Here we go. Thermal evaporation from brine to liquid lithium. Thermal evaporation from water to brine? Yes, I am aware of that. And for things that I desperately need to craft more quickly, I can definitely shuffle the patterns around so that they're not all dumped in the same provider. There's too many other things to think about to micromanage my AE2 system. is honestly how I feel about it. Okay, so am I reading correctly that this will just make brine from water? And then the brine makes liquid lithium in another thermal evaporator. And then liquid lithium decondensates to lithium, which then crystallizes to dust. Okay. This isn't too bad then. We'll figure this out. I saw the evap. Yeah, thermal evaporation plant. Takes water and uses heat to make it into brine. The base is 4x4. Ooh, I love a good even center. I do not love an even center. The walls need to be at least 3 blocks tall and a max of 18. Inside and top must be hollow. Water and brine needs to be held. Oh, right, because it's hollow. Sure. Within the walls, we can put our valves and controller. Top layer of the plant. Build them 1 block apart so you can share a radiator for heat. Yeah. Right. That's not the right radiator. Oh, here we go. Resistive heater. That's what we want. It'll give us 1. Unfortunately, the recipes that make heat do not show up as... Mostly I'm curious, how much heat does a resistive heater make? How much do I need to... Well, we'll mess with it. As much as I want. I guess my question is, like, do I need to account for having potentially several of them? Configurable based on how much energy you put... Okay. So I don't need to worry about having a bunch of them. I just feed it energy and it'll figure out the heat for me. Cool. I'm going to make another nitro reactor. And then I'm going to tear this one down, put the new one in. It depends on the size of the evap. Yeah. I shouldn't have to make this too big, right? Are we going to need... Do we need lithium in part of the antimatter chain? I already forgot. I know we were just looking at stuff. We need it for fusion. Doesn't seem like it. Nothing's jumping out at me as being lithium-y in the SPS. Okay. So yeah, if we don't need a ton, then I'm not going to worry too much about it. It's only used for the batteries. Okay. Cool. Then we're just going to start with like min-sized versions of these and go from there. So we're going to need 2 evaporators, which is 2 controllers, a few valves. We're going to need more than this, but like I'm going to get some as quest rewards and we'll figure that out. And then heaps of the blocks. Yeah, so each of these is actually going to need what? 3 valves? Yeah, I'm going for the stuff for 2 immediately. Because they're going to need a valve for their input, a valve for their output, and a valve for heat, right? So I want a total of 6 valves. All right, and if we need a few more of anything else, we'll figure it out. Ooh. Let's make ourselves... I really should automate this. I say this every time I come in here to make a bunch of andesite, and it is still true that I should set up an automated stone cutter so I don't have to do this. You think A2... Oh, all right. Then that's also just not an effort, then. I didn't do it because I was trying to figure out, like... Or I was avoiding thinking about what we might need as far as... let's see. We've got a controller here. On this side, we can have 2 ports. And then... Whoops... Another matching pair of ports. An output port on this side. An input port on this side. Oh, I made just enough. All right. No, I didn't. I made 2 extras. Oh, well. All right, so the resistive heater goes I mean, like here. Or does it hook directly? Do I just put it like here? And then I can grab a... Nope, can't power it on that side. Where do you want power? Are you happy on that side? Also, no. Does it have to be on the bottom? Ah, okay, there we go. Now it's working. Had to rotate it. Okay, temperature's going up. Slowly. Oh, but we can control how much, like... We want this to do, like, 1,000 FE a tick. There we go. Check what temperature is needed to... Oh, is there a cap? Temp 300,000, production... Oh, this doesn't say. All right, I might have to check a wiki. Cool. Well, we'll deal with that in a second. Let's see. Ultimate mechanical pipe. That's the one. Oh, nope. I need the configurator. All right, we're making brine. And then on this side, oh, I put my flux plug where it shouldn't be. Because we got to do this. And it is ad break o'clock again, so I'm going to step away and get some water. And when we come back, there's lithium. We'll finish figuring out this process and how much energy we need to put in here to balance this. I'll see folks in just a few minutes. I appreciate everyone sticking around through the break. Yeah. Welcome back. All right, so have we come full circle? I'll accept that. Okay, so is this range basically just telling me that this recipe works across the whole temperature range? It just needs enough heat to be running? Well, the production rate is still going up as it heats up. So clearly it can keep, yeah. All right. So as long as it's set enough that I can do the things that I need to do with it, I don't really have strong feelings. All right. So liquid lithium, not enough room in output. Yeah. The liquid lithium needs to go into a condensator. $1K is enough to heat like a 10 block high tower. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, while they're still getting up to temperature, I can let it go faster, though, right? There's no reason not to let it... oh, is liquid lithium a chemical? It appears to be a fluid. Well, we'll find out. No, this doesn't work. Okay. Wait, or did it work? Was there some in the pipe? Oh, no, there is some in the pipe. Okay, this works. This works. It's just not ending up in the machine because the machine needs to be set up to allow fluids from this side. Ah, it has to be deconcentrating. That was my problem. Wait. Why can't I sleep if I'm being attacked? Is it dawn? Are they just about to just start burning up? Oh, it is dawn. All right. Cool. All right. Rotary condensator. Makes lithium, which goes into a crystallizer to make the dust. All right. We probably have everything we need for this. Yeah. And then we need upgrades for both of these. Oh, you need power as well. Yeah. Yep, I have realized that. But also when I placed this, I placed it this way, which means that I actually wanted it like back front. Okay, so that one's a chemical, not a fluid. All right, and then lithium dust here. And then that just needs to output to a... Hey, Dogger Chaos, good to see you. All right, yeah, this is going to catch up even without acceleration cards. This can run full speed. All right, we have lithium. Except I really shouldn't do it this way, should I? Let's be less stupid. This way it's capped at a reasonable quantity of lithium, and we don't just fill up our entire storage system with it. And then... Cool. We have lithium. And we're getting it, I mean... as fast as we can make the brine, it seems like, currently. This is staying at peak. And this is... okay, so this is increasing. So we're already at, like... plenty. This is going to slow down a lot. I mean, I guess I don't really need to tweak these to run this at full speed. I just need to set this to a reasonable value and then move on with my life. Because this is passive and I just don't care. We're not going to need millions and millions of lithium. Let's see about setting this thing up again, at least temporarily. How does this work? I don't remember at all how the Ender Crafter works. Do these just have to be nearby? And then I want to make... We're making these. All right, so I just need a bunch of uraninite. All right, I see the ender alternator's doing something. All right, it's crafting. Cool. So that will be our uraninite gears. Let's get everything set up down here so that we're ready for them. Check how much lithium I need to craft those ultimate providers. These ones. One of these is a couple hundred. So I'm going to need a few thousand lithium. But we're already up to 600. So we can make two of them, which is, you know, if we're going to do like a 3x3x8, like you said was your setup, that would still, I mean, we'd still want a lot of those. I don't know how much output speed we're going to want in total versus induction cells, but it doesn't need to be filled completely. Oh, okay. So I can start with like one of each and yeah. And then upgrade our speed or our storage as we need it. Excellent. Good to know. It just powers off, right. That makes sense. Okay, auto output is on, bottom is output. Bottom is output, top is input. Auto split on, auto split on. And then, what? Just an export bus with the appropriate gear, right? Annihilation planes. For all of these setups, we do still have a lot of scaling available to us. All of these, we have the option of upgrading our furnaces, for one thing. And we also have the option of adding fortune to our planes, which I have not done at all. So, like, this setup still has a lot of room to grow pretty much for everything that we're making right now. Copy-paste gadget, yeah. That is the correct choice. And oh, right, this is an export bus. My bad. Needs to be a storage bus because you can't do an export bus. Right? Storage bus? Storage bus. Oh. Right. I had to change the inputs because it's coming in on the back instead of the top. And then a couple of... I mean, honestly, flux points are so cheap, I could just put a flux point on each of them, but we'll do one with a couple of cables. And there we go. That is uraninite. Really? Locked. Linked. And that should be enough uraninite for the rest of our lives. Imagine a timeline without phantoms? Yeah. I've complained about this before, but I'm still mad at myself for voting for those things. Did I not just pull a spirited energizing rod out of... Yeah, why are you doing the whole crafting chain? You should be able to use this one. All right. You see, you're deciding to craft from... Okay, what if we just take these out? And now say nitro. No. You don't see the spirited rod as... What? Let's try that. Maybe you just needed some NBT cleared. That looks better. I should... upgrade these cables too. Oh, they have an energy buffer. Okay, that makes sense. Yep, I can see it. Here. I just want to make sure that I'm clearing them all before I... Oh no, now it's finding the ones that are already... Okay, think we're good. Think we got them all. So now if I say I want 8 more of these, it should see that we have 8 spirited ones. Good. And this is going to be a little bit slower because we only have 1 rod. Yeah, this is set to bypass limit. Good. But as these become available, we will just max out this setup. Do I have... No. Oops. We're still overdoing it, even with 2 of these. Huh? How did we lose power on the network? Yeah, we have bypass limit, but, like, this isn't empty. And this isn't empty. Oh. I mean... I mean, it seems like it's a bottleneck somewhere. Maybe the spirited cell only can output so much. But the spirited cell is the next thing we're replacing. Yeah, max IO is only 400,000. So that's our bottleneck, is the spirited cell right now. Okay, that's fine. Because that's why we're making lithium. Yeah, and we've already got, well... There we go. Let those fill up to the 65,000 that we usually like to see things at. But I should be able to set up the mech capacitor now. What did this give me? Chemical gaseous brine. Ugh, and I can't clear it. There we go, that worked. It is indeed a nice round number. I mean, I think I can put additional netherite upgrades on theirs to get them up to, you know, 2 to the 30 or something like that, but I'll take 2 to the 16 for now. There are going to be some things that we're going to want to store more of, but, like, honestly, at that point, does it make more sense to be thinking about moving storage out of drawers into the... I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. If we're sitting at max int of something, does it matter if it's in a many meg storage cell versus in a storage drawer? Not really. All right, mech reactors. Let's go. What did I do? Oh, I got the stuff I need for tritium, which is... I probably actually want to hold on to this one. I don't want to void the tritium. Oh boy, more stuff that I don't need. Okay, induction matrix. So if we want to do... I don't know, 3 by 3 by something on the inside. It's going to be 5 by 5. You know what? I just don't care. Make me a few stacks of these. I just don't care. I can put glass walls to make it prettier. I can. This is true. Oh, I do actually have some reactor glass that I'm not using. We need 2 induction ports. which is just one craft, I think. We've got 3 induction providers that we just, like, got for free. So we may as well put those in. That'll give us, like, 150 million FE output rate. I'll take that. And then... I don't have the right recipes for energy cubes. Missing advanced energy cube. Oh, let's just get rid of that one, and then let's try again. Nope, doesn't like it. Something's wrong. Yeah, I probably used the one that had power when I made the pattern. That's exactly what I was thinking. So let's just clear this then. The problem is I can never be quite sure. All right, let's try it again. All right, now it's happy. And if we try to make one now, it only needs to craft... Yeah, it just doesn't like that one that I have. Whatever. But we should now be able to make the induction cell, right? No. Still doesn't like it. Oh, it's the advanced induction cell that has the wrong recipe. Aha. Now we hope that we got it right. Hey, there we go. Cool. This is going to take a hot second. There's a lot of crafts to go through here. Oh, I should really sleep. Come on. You think? Yeah. I should probably... Well, what I should do instead of farming them is set up neural network or something, right? That's the better option, but... Yep, this is going to take a hot second. So while that's running, let's figure out where I want to put this thing. So both of these are max extract of 2 meg FE per tick. And that means that I need to be able to pull like 4 meg FE a tick out of them, which is just more than I think any cable I have can do, right? This one could do it. Yeah. So if I want max extract, then I actually want to just put flux plugs on each of these, which I think is what I'm going to do. And then we'll have... Why are these? Oh, because one of them's already on the main network. Okay, yeah, we'll change the network. Create new network. You are going to be power input. We'll do this one in a second. Once I can remove some of this stuff. You need multiple ports. Do you need multiple ports on the Matrix? The quest implied that we don't. Don't believe the ports have limits beside what the induction matrix has, so you don't need 2 unless you're taking from different sources. But for me, it's going to be... Yeah. The flux plugs and flux points should do all of the necessary shenanigans for it for me, I think. We are going to need a flux point. Okay. I've got space here. Do I have space here? Just barely. I'm going to rip all this up. This is no longer useful. It never made as much power as it was supposed to, and there's not a lot of sense keeping it around. So we're going to have 2 induction ports. Doesn't really matter where I put them, does it? May as well put them right on top of each other, since it doesn't really matter. And then in the spots where the ports are, we will do that. We've got 3 induction providers, which is already like 150 million FE a tick that this can output. What does reactor glass even need? Enriched iron, lead. Okay, we can make more of this. All right, so the flux point on this. Oh, does this need to be... Oh, it probably won't connect until it's formed, huh? Or it needs configurator. One or the other. So what am I sitting on as far as spare parts here? 2 advanced induction providers and 2 advanced induction cells. Okay. Oh, something is still screwy. Available 2 to craft 14. All right, I'll let that start. And then in the ultimate induction provider, we're missing elite energy cubes. All right, so that one is also a wrong recipe. What? Oh, no, that's at the elite tier, so it's the elite induction provider that's wrong. Sorry. I don't know how I got so many of these with screwed up NBT data. All right, that'll use up the remaining lower tier bits that I got as rewards, which is all that I'm trying to do. Cool. I did not need to make this many of these myself. We got some spares. Although for vibranium, does need uranium and uraninite. Meh. All right, we're just waiting for the induction provider to finish up. Which, like, yes, we had like an eighth of it already built, but there's still a lot of stuff that has to get made for this. What is our limiting thing right now? It seems like it's infused alloy. So is that just a matter of needing more coprocessors so that it can push more infused alloy jobs into the infuser simultaneously? Probably. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that too. All right. So now we say the flux point is on the power input network. Cool. And then this flux plug is on the main power network. All right. Keep the reserve power battery. Yeah, I should do something with that so that I have it available as a backup. For now, it can just sit here. It's fully charged. It's a bunch of FE, so... What was that? I may have angered my pet warden. Oh, I did anger my pet warden. Hello. Okay. No. I was flying. How did he know that I was on that side? I didn't configure the output. Fortunately, there's a configurator right here. But my question stands. How did he know? How did he know that I had flown over to this side? He shouldn't have been able to, All right, now I'm worried that if I pop my grave, all my stuff's gonna fall into the void, so I need to build a platform here. I'm upset about this warden. I've kept that warden as a pet for a long time, and it's never ate my face before. I just don't know if this grave mod drops things right in my inventory or if they pop out as items. So we're gonna... Okay, it's right in my inventory. That was a waste of time. The shrieking attack is... Ah, okay. Because I expected that I could just fly around him because he wouldn't know where I was because they can't see. They have to sniff me or hear me. Okay, so this thing's got a maximum storage of 3 TFE. We're currently sitting on... What's his name? I don't think I name tagged him. So it's impressive that he's never despawned. Although at this point we have, well, I should really upgrade that. We've been wasting all of the soul lava that we get. There we go. Now we'll buffer a lot more. The stasis chamber keeps him from despawning? Yeah, okay. I'm surprised he was able to eat my face, though, but I guess. Oh! We didn't have power. It was the stasis chamber shut down. That's why he ate my face. Got it. That makes sense. Yeah, I should put, like, the stasis chamber maybe on its own network, and there's a couple of things that I should put on, like, the backup network, right? We could do that right now, actually. If we grab... Let's grab a couple of flux points. And a flux plug. All right. So this is going to be on backup. And it will pull power from main. And then anything that I want to run off of that network. Did I reverse flux point and flux plug here? I did. No, I didn't, right? Flux points are the output? Yeah. It's... Oh, it's you. I created the network, but I didn't assign it. All right, now we should be stasised again. Yeah, stasis chamber, 10 KFE. Perfect. And the other thing that should be on this network is AE2, right? We don't want that to be running off of... There we go. And that way we always have AE2. Because AE2 only uses... whatever. Well within what our 400,000 can output. That does mean we need to be careful if we ever set up... Because, like, we have a bunch of this stuff that is powered off of the AE2 system. And what I should probably do, I was talking about this earlier in the stream, is split some of this out and give them their own energy acceptors. Can I clear this? Yes. But they're still not identical. There we go. All right, so that should keep the AE2 system running even when we run out of power. We have 6 billion FE stored. These guys are running at... They're not running at the full 100. And I'm not sure why. They're only running at like 90. I mean, it's fine, but... I wonder if that's why we want to make them cubes. Yeah. Let's try redstone block. Which I'm assuming I have a crafting recipe for. Yeah. Did I not? Oh. I mean, it still says stored 18 millibuckets, so that's the same. Ah, there it goes. Now it's stored 162 millibuckets. And we're generating 400,000 FE a tick. There we go. It was the blocks. I wonder if I need to do the same thing with carbon with the coal shards. All right. Cool. That fixed it. Yeah. It's weird that the quest book is not more explicit about that. Wait, no. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. This one is still not upgraded. So, no, we're in the same place. We're still making 90,000 instead of 100,000. This is the same one. I mean, it's probably good to have the blocks anyway, but let's take this one apart, actually, and get ourselves... Oh, we have another nitro reactor already. Beautiful. It is very satisfying to watch it build itself. Agreed. All right. So that's running at... See, this one's running at 480 right now. This one's at 470. They do fluctuate a little bit. I don't fully understand the logic behind them. But I'm building 2 more. And then we're going to say that that is... Well, I don't know if it's enough power, but 2 million FE a tick is pretty good. Oh, this is the wrong stuff up here, isn't it? Here, we're still using these. So we're going to be, what? Space 3, gap 3, gap. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Excellent. That is good to see. Even with... When you have nitro rods, it's better to energize the block variants. Yeah, we could swap around the crafting recipes for that. For sure. Because, yeah, that would be quite a bit faster. What are you doing? Okay, you're bypassing limit. Why is this filling up, though? Oh, there we go. I missed the bypass limit on the input. That's why we weren't filling up. Now we're dumping all our power into it. There we go. So we need 2 more flux plugs. And 2 more export buses. Bypass limit, power input. Bypass limit. Bypass limit. I don't know if it matters on the input ones, but whatever. We need acceleration cards. In ME terminal and settings, you can turn on refill from storage. Ah, yeah, that would be useful. Here we go. Restock. So now if I empty my... uh-oh. I don't know when I put that in there, but that needs to stay in my inventory. Here we go. Enable pick block. Craft if missing. Haha, there we go. I probably need to set up crafting recipes for all the different colored cables if I really want that to work well. But cool. Let's see. Do we have our acceleration cards? Yes. And then redstone block, dry ice, coal geor, water, and uraninite. Oh, you don't have a crafting card. Knew I was going to miss something. All right. Meanwhile, this can get all the same. Block of redstone. Dry ice. Water. Uraninite. The coal. Crafting card. Crafting card. Round robin. Round robin. Cool. throw some dry ice in here just so this one can start running while we're waiting for the dry ice crafts to catch up. Oh, are we out of ice? We might need to speed up our ice. Well, it might keep up with the steady state. But we are indeed running out of ice. God, that's just a lot of stuff. Yeah, we might have to actually, like, get into Oratech. But for now, we might just keep an eye on this, and, because it doesn't burn through it, like, that quickly. So it might be fine. It might still be able to catch up. Okay, so we've got 2 million FE per tick, and the ability to peak well beyond that, because this can output at, I don't even know how much this can output. 200 million FE per tick. We are, I mean, power is not solved forever, but power is fairly solved for now, I think is the way to think about it. We've got the ME network running off of the backup power as well. So if we do somehow drain that whole thing, we have a couple 100K FE to build whatever we need to fix it. I think I want to move all of these off of the main ME network power system. I want to start trying to separate some of this stuff, some of the weird old ME stuff that I did. Because, like, this whole thing at the moment is using, 4,000 FE a tick. But, like, how much of that is... I mean, it doesn't really tell you, does it? What the drain is for, they're not even on the same network. Right? All of these accelerators. You know what? Let's do you. Where do I want to put this where it makes sense? The problem is... Let me just make a controller real quick. We might need a little bit of a bigger energy buffer for just how much stuff is hooked up to this. Hence... Yeah, I mean, this shows nothing, but it does store power having it here. So that's probably good enough to keep everything here running forever. How's this reactor doing, by the way? We're still making fissile fuel faster than we can burn it in total, I think. It's spiky. But that 2.3 millibuckets a tick seems totally stable. And... okay. We got some plutonium and we've got some polonium. So that's good. All right, this is reasonable progress today, actually. Having a, next step is the SPS? Yeah. Well, eventually. Honestly, in this pack, the way the star is set up, like... a lot of what we need is just to have really good passive generations so we can make the singularities, right? And then obviously we need the materials and everything, but like there's not a lot that we need from specific mods. Antimatter is one of those things, right? We need a bunch of Oratech stuff. We need some Ender IO, Power, 16M mega storage components. And for mega cells, I think those are hiding in here, right? Well, the Infinity ME cells are. Yeah, okay, but the 256M cells, we need the accumulation processors. That's right. Did I set these up? The Sky Steel? I don't think I set up Sky Steel and stuff yet. Right. We were talking about this. I don't remember if this was last week or the week before, but I want to get this thing replaced with not this, and we need to get Sky Steel set up. We need to get the no, it's not called enrichment. It's the reaction chamber. Is this the one that lets me do everything? Like, yeah. Yep. And then, can we also make fluix in this thing? Yes. Should I just set up to... is SFM in here? That's a good question. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, so this one can only be made with the dust looping recipe. So that is mildly annoying. But the fluix crystals, we can either do the dust looping recipe, or we can do nether quartz, redstone, and charged certus. Okay, and there is a quartz geode that we could set up. So maybe that's what we want to set up for Fluix. Then we don't need as much charged Certus, is really the only thing. And we do need to get a... Wait, is this a flawless Certus? It is a flawless Certus. Okay. So yeah, using the Energizer to do charged Certus, a stack at a time. Yes, that uses 1.3 million FE, but you know what? I don't care anymore. We're doing it a stack at a time. And then we can get all the other stuff set up with their own recipes. As long as they all use water, then that's also easy. Some of them use lava. But a lot of them do use water. All right, here's Sky Steel, which does use lava. All right. I'm kind of inclined, because a lot of these things are made in, like, bulk amounts. It's really tempting to just set them up to always run, and then I just have drawers full of... Yeah. I mean, I don't really need to get it set up as fully recursive if I'm willing to passive it, but yeah. ME requester, that is a thing. Yeah, the ME requester does stock keeping, which doesn't necessarily fix recursive recipes. Yeah, although maybe it'll be in the guide. Let's look. Expanded AE. No. Extended or advanced? Ooh, maybe I should do one of these. This looks fun. The expanded pattern provider. No, that's just the bigger pattern provider. Ingredient buffer, oversized interface. Applied flux, it's not going to be in there. It's not going to be in mega cells. Yeah, if you could find it in Google, let me know. But like I said, I am fine setting up all of my, like, AE2 inputs passive, so whatever. Oh, the Quantum Crafter will do recursive things. Single channel is required for operation. Select which recipes you want to be run indefinitely and encode them in a crafting pattern. Those patterns can be inserted in the appropriate slots in the crafter. Enabling, disabling a pattern. All ingredients and the primary output are listed. You can use the number of inputs to regulate how much of each ingredient you want to keep inside the ME system at all times, as well as set a maximum amount of the end product. Default configuration will try to push items directly from the output slots by left-clicking. Okay. It's like stock keeping, but we'll never use more than one. Yeah. Yeah, and this will, because it will do stock keeping, it should handle the recursive recipes by just like running them independently. As long as our inputs don't need more than, or sorry, as long as other recipes don't need more than we're keeping in stock, right? Because as soon as another recipe hits the recursive you used it for templates? Yeah, my template setup is basically passive. I'm just doing this. And this has the appropriate like import and export buses. And I was thinking about basically doing something similar with the reaction chamber, where I can just set it to be stocked, right? And then provide the right outputs. Extended inscriber can run 4 inscribing jobs at the same time. All right. Yeah, I would probably end up coming to the same functionality. Agreed. Since we have the quantum crafter, how hard is this to make? Okay, this isn't... We basically need a quantum computer before we could do this, right? Because we're effectively making the quantum computer parts. It is not cheap. Yeah. So then that's the question, right? Because part of why I wanted to upgrade... I wanted to upgrade my AE2 capabilities so that I could push towards making a quantum computer. But if I need to have basically all the quantum computer parts anyway... Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. And shattered singularities are... Oh, actually easy. I mean, it's 200,000 FE, but like... That's easy. We could definitely make that happen. How many singularities do I have? Quantum computer and pattern assembly matrix are both pretty... Yeah. This thing. I saw this when I was flipping through the guide looking for other things. Combination of molecular assembler and pattern provider. Valid assembler matrix must contain at least one pattern core and craft core. Must be completely filled and can't be hollow. When it's correctly formed and powered, the lines will turn blue. Pattern assembler matrix only take patterns from its pattern core. Each pattern core provides 36 slots. Okay. So we will need a lot of pattern cores. We will need a lot of craft cores. And 5 speed cores. Like, do I even want to know how many crafting cards we have in various assemblers right now? There's no reason to build anything but the full-size one. Yeah, exactly. Once you're going to do it, and once you have all the patterns set up to be able to make it. But, like, we've got... This is 36 patterns right here, right? So we're looking at, well, a large number of those pattern cores. I lost the thing. Yeah. 125 internal spaces. And then however many assembler matrix cores and pattern cores. Whatever my setup times 10. Yeah. Yeah. But to take advantage of all of the parallelism that that offers, like, we really need the quantum computer as well, right? That is also part of the... A lot of shattered singularities to get the quantum computer bootstrapped. What do I need for quantum processors? Oh, look, another press. Quantum alloy. Do I even want to know? Oof. Oof. Okay. That's 6 singularities. Although... $256,000 versus 64 matter balls, which are each 250. Oh, hello. Okay, I get it. At the cost of a little bit of lava and a lot of power, we could greatly decrease the amount of items we need to void to make singularities. Is that worth it? Because, like... Obviously, my current setup is not super fast for making singularities, and it was always intended to be temporary anyway. In fact, I should turn it off. But... Oh, is it turned off? Why is that halted? Excuse me? Uh-oh. Well, these ones are still running, right? Yeah. All you need is one infinity cobble cell? Yeah. Which, like... Okay, and the Infinity Cobble Cell actually doesn't need... it's not one of these awful ones that needs unobtainium. Okay. We could get very close to being able to make this right now. Like, yes, we have to set up the accumulation processors, which means getting Skysteel going. But we also... Ooh, we should set up a circuit slicer. That would be... Because, yeah, a circuit slicer and then a crystal assembler would do wonders for our circuit capabilities, wouldn't they? What do I need for this? Can I make this? Like, basically now? We maybe can. I mean, very close. Skystone tank, yeah. And ME crafting terminal. Okay. Crystal assembler. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. One second. All right, now you can drop links in chat. I do have it disabled by default just to avoid any risk of spam, but... How to use Void Cell. Make 2 of this. Place inside a cell works... Oh, yeah. Yep. That is easy to set up, indeed. Okay, I have to set this up now with... the circuit slicer, which is hilarious. Where do I have channels? Where do I want to put this thing? I'm assuming that this can connect to the network just like normal. I mean, this whole setup is going to go away once I've got the bits and pieces done here that we need, right? Is this going to go away? This is the charger. This will go away. All of this will go away. But for now, you can put it on a pattern provider and just glass... Okay. Oh, yeah, because I need it to be pattern provided, don't I? May as well make it extended. Why not? Doesn't matter. Well, other than that, it takes longer. But that's what we're working on. We're fixing our circuits. I'm going to go ahead and get a new color of cable, and we're just going to drag out a new cable. That way I'm not anywhere near the stuff that we currently have. What's a color we haven't used? How about orange? All right. It's good to have a wall of these and just have SFM for parallel. Yeah, that would probably be the right thing to do. For now, we're just gonna... Oh, I don't have orange dye. Well, yellow. For now, I just want to get it like barely set up because it will be better than my current setup, and we'll figure out the future in the future. Oh, no, wait, don't do that. Don't want that connected there. Get rid of this then. We'll do it here. What color is this? Blue. Where do I want to pop this out? And how do I want to pop this out? Cable anchor would have also worked. Yeah. There we go. All right, we got 32 channels here. They're not really in a useful spot, are they? I want them to be around here because, like, I'm going to tear this down and replace it with the new. But for now, can I pull this through? Well, now I wish I had run it down the other leg. Do I want to move it? I should move it. We're going to move it. Oh, we're gonna have to go fix that. Oh, no, it's fine. We'll take it from here. I definitely need to clear out some of the stuff in here that is not necessary for cable routing, because it's gonna be just taking up unnecessarily large amounts of space. Time to put some carbonara on the spaghetti. Yeah. Spaghetti is how I know I'm still alive. Okay. So, we got a little bit of space to work here. I can make this bigger if I need to. I can actually tear this down. I think this is how I was making pink slime. Yeah. So we can tear that down if we need to. It's a bad setup. Extended provider. Right into a crystal assembler. And it needs power, doesn't it? Glass cable. Quartz fibers. Make a bunch of them, please. You think it is powered? It shows it's not storing any FE, which concerns me. It should receive power from the pattern provider. Doesn't that need an induction card for that to happen? Or is that only for things that aren't AE2 already? All right, auto export to the bottom. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Maybe it only... that's an option. Nothing. Well, we'll play with it. Who knows, indeed. All right, auto export to this side. And then we want to make the circuit slicer. I guess we don't need to make the universal press. We can make all the other presses instead, right? Because those are all things that we can just make. Yeah. Calculation press. Do I have an inscriber somewhere that I can set up to do these things? That's a charger. Oh! Look who already has a crystal assembler! Oops. What do we use it for? Oh, the extended pattern providers. That makes sense. Yeah. And it does look like I ended up having to power it. I mean, this one works, obviously, because we've been making extended pattern providers. So, whatever. All right, we need each of the presses. Right? So... question is, do I have an inscriber somewhere? That was where I started from. Charger. These are all dedicated inscribers. This is an inscriber. Okay, so I could set this one up to make each of the presses that we need then. Needs hydrogen? Ew. We'll figure that out in a second. I might just make some plates by hand so that we have enough of them. All right, that's all the presses, which can go in here, I believe. And now you should see all of those available. Yes, so it's just the stone cutter that we need a pattern for. And now if we try to build the circuit slicer, it's going to be like, hey, we need iron plates. Okay, I'm fine with that. Because we've got some hammers. We've got lots of hammers. Oh my god, we have so many hammers. Cool. Now we have plates, so now we should be able to make the circuit slicer. There we go. You're making all the presses. Beautiful. I will move this as soon as we're done. I'll move this over here so that it is part of the new area that's dedicated to AE2 stuff. Although maybe I want to wait until... Well, I don't necessarily want the setup to be right on the edge of the pig like this, because I want room to get cables out. So, not sure is really the answer. Is the concurrent press stuck? Um... Hmm. Yeah, it does not like the processing press recipe. All right, we might just have to make that by hand then. Three Eyes of Ender, 4 Entro Crystals, and a silicon press. All right. Plenty of those. Not a lot of Entro, but like enough. Oh, I've got it in the wrong machine. That's why. You need to be over here. Now will it work? Yes. Okay. So now we bring ourselves over here. Auto export to the bottom. Quartz fibers, doodle-doo, acceleration cards, whoops. Power that. And then this guy needs to get moved. Auto output to the bottom. Same deal for power. Okay. So now let's make some circuits. So if we take our crystal assembler and we say we want to make logic processors, that means we need the printed logic circuit and the printed silicon recipes for this. And also we're going to upgrade this pattern provider because I think we're probably going to need that. All right, so printed silicon in this one. Yes, and we also need block of silicon, which is fine. That's a normal crafting recipe. Printed logic circuit. Done. So if we put in these two here. Did I not make a bunch of acceleration cards? Am I losing my mind? Oh. Yeah, we pull out the processing pattern for logic circuits from this one. And we add one for logic circuits in this one. Now, if I say I want 16 of these... Oh, we're missing blocks of silicon. Right. That's because I never put that in there. Still missing block of silicon. Did I not just put... Is this the wrong block of silicon? Oh, look, there's two. Okay. So that means that the circuit slicer one is wrong as well. It's always something. Okay, block of silicon, good. And then circuit slicing, not that block of silicon, this block of silicon. Now will we be able to craft? Hey, there we go. And if we let that run... Oh, that was very quick. Cool. Now we just need to do that for all of the other types of circuits. All right, I'm going to do these one at a time so I don't like lose track of what we're doing. Energy processors. In the assembler, encoded, and in the slicer. We're going to have to get this charged redstone crystal block figured out. We're not making that yet. 256M requires more than 1 million gold. Okay, so I'm going to have to upgrade my my storage from 65K to a couple more tiers. Yeah, charged redstone crystal block. And then, of course, this is a reaction chamber recipe. So we're going to have to get the reaction chamber set up to do all these. And we will look at that after the break, because it is ad break o'clock again. As always, I'm going to step away and get some water and end this guy's whole career. Where is he? I know he's around here somewhere. I'm going to step away and get some water, and when we return, we'll keep working on the AE upgrades. I will see everybody shortly. Welcome, welcome back, everybody. All right. I was looking at. I don't actually want to put this one in yet, because we might need to make energy processors. I can put. Whoops! Oh shoot! I just shift right clicked, and I don't know what I just voided. It was one of my processing patterns for a processor, but I don't know which one. Well, it looks like I already got rid of the one for the engineering processor anyway, unless I put it in here. Yeah. All right. You know what? We're just gonna deal with it in a second. So, I don't want to put this one in. I might have to retrieve. I might have to rebuild the processing patterns for those if we get stuck. But we are making charged redstone crystal block. Okay, this is just a crafting recipe. This just goes in normally. The charged redstone crystal can either happen in a charger or in a reaction chamber. And redstone crystal itself is also a reaction chamber recipe. Okay. So let's just set up our reaction chamber then. We have a reaction chamber. We have one. I'm going to go ahead and yoink this pattern provider. Because I think that's the only way we're getting this hooked up right now. Ah. Quartz fiber. Glass cable. I do this all the time where I lose track of if I'm looking at the AE2 interface or my normal inventory, and I try to shift click things into my hotbar and they end up in AE2 instead of in my inventory. All right, so charged redstone crystal happens in here. Get rid of the water requirement because we're just going to plumb water right into this. And then the redstone crystal itself also, whoops, nope, not that one though. Again, we want to get rid of the water requirement because we're just going to plumb water in directly. And that can also go in there. Auto output on the bottom. And this needs a water in. So let's make a sink. And let's grab well, why not? Overkill pipe, but it will do what we need it to do. Okay. The pattern provider will do it correctly? Okay. Maybe I should just let it do it then. All right, let's try it. I do have water in the ME system, so I just don't trust it. All right, yeah, 500 millibuckets, and it says 0.5 water. Sure. And then for the charging recipe, 1. In my mind, AE2 doesn't work right with fluids, and I think that that is a thing that has not been true for a very long time. All right, this is running. We're still dealing with slow recipes for like Fluix and other things, but that's fine. This looks like we are able to get the printed energy processors. All right, let's figure out the calculation and engineering processors. Are we making redstone crystals somewhere else? Do I have... Ooh, we do make them in 2 places. That's my bad. Okay, yeah, it's making them over here. Whoops. And does this one charge them? This one does charge them. Okay, let's pull those out. Cancel that. Can't store contents. Oh. 'Cause my water drawer doesn't... Yeah. So it filled up before it... I mean, it's always going to be able to fill quickly, though. That's sort of the problem. For now, that'll work, though. Yeah. But, like, this fills so quickly. And I don't think there's a way to tell it. Yep, that's exactly what I'm setting up. Obsidian, any drawer. Good. I'm surprised I never had a void upgrade already, but I think I've made one. I just didn't have it set up in AE. All right, that should work now. So... let's try again. Now it should be trying to use the ones over here. Maybe. Yep, there they go. Cool, we have our processor. Next processor is... what's going on here? These are... sorry, I am on the struggle bus right now. Trying to get my blank patterns back. There we go. Let's get the other core processors done. So that means this one and this one. And it seems like we need this one. Nope. Awesome. Super fast. Love to see it. Engineering processors. All right, so that's all the core processors done. We've got to do the concurrent processor still, and then we don't have the quantum or accumulation processors yet. The concurrent processor is straightforward enough. Yeah, that needs entro blocks. And we're going to need better ways of making entro. Which is like one of the things that we were talking about way back at the beginning. Because this, in the reaction chamber, is one of those things that, yeah, this is what we need the quantum doodly-doo for. Otherwise, we need to, like, passively make entro dust, just so we always have a little bit in the AE2 network, which we can do. So, like, we could set up this recipe, and then I can make a passive setup for entro dust and drop it into, like, a tiny-sized drawer. Does this version of the drawers have the storage downgrade? Yeah. So then we would always just keep, like, a stack of entro dust accessible. All right. Is there anything else I need to not make in here anymore? Well, for now, yeah, let's figure out Fluix crystals and not make those in there anymore. Let's start from the easier things. Fluix crystal in the reaction chamber. We got two options. I mean, I feel like this one. It uses more power, but it uses less Certus. And I have infinite redstone. And then charged Certus, we can also do, yeah. All right. No more Fluix. No more charged. Ooh, hey, our charger's gone. So all of this can get ripped up. And I think all of this can also get ripped up, but engineering done, calculation done, logic done, energy done, concurrent technically done, although still kind of work in progress. Yeah, all this is gone. Can I? There it goes. All right, so we've got, yeah, the intro is the next one that we really need to get the pattern for. And it's going to have to be this. It's just a matter of figuring out how we're going to end up with a reasonable amount of intro dust. Yeah, because this also uses the dust. Interesting. Or 500,000 FE. This doesn't say. Like, is it better to do it in the crystal assembler, or is it better to do it in the... Oh, wait, this is 4444. This is 32, 32, 32 to 64, so this is the better one. Okay. That's fine. We'll get that recipe in. Oop, I threw away my time in a bottle again. And I saw we have a stack of acceleration cards, which is delightful. So I think the intro crystal is the last part that we need to do here. All right, we're gonna do this in this pattern provider. We're gonna look for intro dust, which is on our inscriber. And we're going to get rid of that from this one, because we're not going to make intro dust with a pattern anymore. If I grab a storage drawer, the problem is we are out of intro, so I'm going to have to make some intro like blocks so we can get enough intro crystals to start the loop. And then we'll be fine. All right. This we can also put in the... Oh, this is in the wrong... Shoot. Crystal assembler. There we go. Actually, we want 2 of these because that's what that system can run. So now we only need like 32 for the system to be able to start looping. Yeah, and we did not get that many. What do we need for a crystal fixer? Like, if I wanted to get the fully entroized... Okay, we could do it. That is the other option, I guess, is to use the crystal fixer to upgrade the entro blocks. And then... you know, do some shenanigans with formation and annihilation planes to swap out the blocks that we have in here. But honestly, I think we can just get the charging to work and call it a day. 27, all right. Two more. Oof, that one failed immediately. That feels bad. But we do have enough. We do have enough. Whoops. Get rid of the partial buds. Well, RIP my create wrench. That was stupid. Okay. So the way we're doing this is I'm going to make an extended inscriber, which needs concurrent processors. All right. We might have to make a few more. Yeah, that's fine. Do I have the concurrent processors in here already? I do. All right. So let's get the extended inscriber. And I guess the regular inscriber as well. Missing entro block. Oh, I probably don't even have the recipe for entro blocks, do I? I set up the slicing recipe, but not the, what? Oh, this one. Now we should be able to make inscriber. But we are going to need a little more intro, I think, to bootstrap the loop, because we probably don't have 30. Oh, we have 33. Okay, never mind. So this goes here. This goes here. Okay. And then auto export will be auto exported through. Sure, that should work. I think you just need power now. You're not auto-exporting. Produced items will be auto-exported through any extraction side. Automation can access slots from specific... Okay, there we go. Now that works. That's fine. Okay, so now we have dust. And once we have 32 of this, I think I just make a crafting card. And once I put this crafting card in, it's going to want to run this craft to make more intro. And then it should just loop. I do want to put a storage downgrade on this. And let's grab the configuration and linking tools so that we can lock and link. All right. And then this should just like run and it'll keep requesting intro. Let's find out. Okay. Yeah, we're running. It's going to take a little while for this to like loop enough that it buffers the dust. And it means we're not like storing the intro anywhere right now. We'll just have 2 stacks of dust, which is enough for 4 stacks of intro. So we can't build anything in more bulk than needing 4 stacks of intro at the moment. But that gives us pretty good access to most of the processors. Like, the ones that are left are the accumulation processors for megacells and the quantum processors. Accumulation processors need skysteel. Okay. Let's start getting those patterned, because I think skysteel is also a thing that we do, like, in this stuff. So let's get going. Accumulation processor in the assembler. Printed accumulation in the slicer. Sky steel block from sky steel ingots, normal pattern. Sky steel ingots in a reaction chamber from charged Certus quartz, iron ingot, and sky stone. Beautiful. So that's reaction chamber. That is the circuit. That's that. And that's that. That. And if we want to make some accumulation processors, it's not going to be super fast because, like, there's a bunch of stuff that needs to happen in a reaction chamber. But, all right, we've got accumulation processors, which means we have mega cells. Oh, beautiful. It shouldn't be able to use all of our Certus quartz. We always have Certus quartz. We have a flawless budding quartz, so we can never completely screw ourselves up. Plus, we have sifting and other things, but all right. I think the Entro infused ingot is the last thing. Oh no, we also made this here. Recrafting Entro is painful. This is true. It seems like it's working. Like we're sitting at 2 and some stacks of dust. Yeah. Well, a stack here, and there will be a stack like tucked away in here at all times as we pull it out of this. It's working. I'm very happy. Yep. And that would have just pulled a bunch of Entro out, and then this would have pushed it back in. Cool. Is holding one of these a quest? No. But with that, we do have mega cells, in theory. Yeah. We probably need to encode all of those recipes. Oh, and some of these need matter balls, and that's going to be a whole thing. But we can at least get 1 megs, 4 megs, 16 megs. And then, yeah, the 64 and the 256s need matter. Now prepare for scaling these machines because it'll take a long time to go through the storage components. Yeah. Yeah, these are going to have to get built out more, for sure. These are just normal crafting patterns, right? Yeah, this one doesn't matter anymore. All right, let me... Okay, this needs a 256 meg component to do this. So let's get those. I have fire essence, right? I think I do. So if we want to make a cobble cell, right, it's going to tell me that I need more water, which is hilarious. What are we missing? We're missing a bunch of glowstone dust. We're missing a bunch of Certus dust and Certus quartz. We're missing a bunch of redstone dust. Okay, so a lot of this is just stuff that I have to be able to make in greater quantities. Right. Yeah. The trick that you sent works with, like, whatever. That I got. It just goes very quickly because you're using the cell workbench to do the... There we go. 2.1 million. What else were we running low on? Redstone was one that it wanted more. Glowstone. Vibrant quartz glass, I think we just have to make. Certus quartz dust, we might not have a crafting recipe for, because I think we were sifting that. So I might need to just make a, like, crushed Certus quartz recipe and add it to the system. And then here, we can definitely go up to more buckets of water. Man, I almost want to put a couple more water generators in this. What do you want? Just normal stone, right? You will just take stone or andesite. All right, let's do andesite. How many more can this hold? Just one? All right. Probably took me more time to get that going than anything else. But this should be going at 4 buckets a tick now. Although we should replace that ultimately with a water cell, right? That's... Oh, actually, we can just do this. Okay. Well, that was a big waste of time and energy. Done. All right. Water cell. And that needs to go into... Is there any reason not to just do an extended drive? Probably doesn't matter. Well, it'll use fewer channels, right? That's the... What's that? If the plus shines blue, you can control click. Oh, okay. All right, extended drive, and this is going to be... Oh, where do I even want to put this? I mean, I guess I could just drop it here for now. Missing oh, this is full. Well, never mind then. Yeah, we need more channels. Really what I need to do is replace all of this with storage cards. You know what? Let's do that. Grab an import bus and some acceleration cards. And what's the biggest? Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. We should be able to do a mega cell at 16M, right? Oh, there are cells specifically made for none. That's true. A lot of what is in here is non-stackable stuff. But, like, also... Did I not just put all those patterns? Oh, no, I didn't. I put them in here, didn't I? Missing mega... Did I not encode some of these? Oh, it's sitting right here. Okay. No, I didn't encode them, is the answer. Casual 3000 silicon to make a 16M cell. Whatever. Yeah, triple that for 64, then triple again for 256. This is going to take a second. Yeah, especially all the blocks that it's crafting. That's happening in, you know, one of these somewhere. Yeah, this is going to take a few minutes. We probably didn't need to go all the way to the 16M card. But why not? We should be able to replace all of those netherite chests with the 116M cell in here. Like, basically, to have enough channels, I should be able to remove all of these storage buses, drop this down, and then add the import bus one at a time. Oh, I can use the higher tier molecular assembler. That is true. It doesn't seem like it's the assemblers that are the issue, though. Like, well, maybe the UI is just not updating fast enough. Because I know some of the UI things don't update every tick. The other thing that's slowing us down right now is this. We could definitely upgrade this to, yeah, both of these could stand to be upgraded. What's the upgrade from Emerald? Obsidian? Sure. And then Netherite. And then all the Modium. We could go all the way up to all the Modium. I don't see why not. Especially for these ones that are used for like on-demand crafts. We want them to be as fast as possible. Woohoo! We've made it up to 256k, which probably would have been enough. A couple of 256k would have been sufficient. But this is more fun. Extended and advanced AE. All right, I did my first infinity cell. Yay. Yeah, and the void cell is the other thing we need, which I think we can just set up the recipe for. Sometimes it's not about doing what is the best or the most efficient recipe. Sometimes it's about doing things because it's fun and or funny. And in this case, it's about doing it because it's funny. All right, while we're waiting for that, I think some of these setups are... this setup is also, like, done, so... It still can only hold 60... Oh, really? It doesn't have... I didn't actually look. Oh, yeah, 63 types. You're right. All right, well, in that case, we do actually need to not do this. Yeah, let's because yeah, each of these chests has, oh god, how many slots? I think it's 12 by 12 by 21? Is that what I'm seeing? $12 by 21. Yeah. So that's 7. Wow, that's saying we would need 12 different cells to replace all of this. Cool. Yeah. Yep, we're gonna have to make more cells for sure. This is saying we're gonna need 12 cells in total to replace all 3 of these, which, like, I would believe. For now, though, we're gonna do these one at a time. We can throw our water cell in here. We can throw these cells in here. And if I put an import bus on this with acceleration cards, so yeah, this is probably going to just about fill up these 4 cells, and then we're going to have to... We're already done. And it's not even emptied. Okay, cool. Lovely. Well, we're probably recrafting some things that are stored in a couple of these chests, which isn't ideal, but I guess I could have put the storage buses back on. Whatever. I mean, no, we're pretty much crafting stuff that we would have used up completely in the last batch, so I think we're fine. So yeah, these are all like half full, which I guess is good. Oh, yeah. I assumed 64 types in my thing, but it's actually 63, so yeah. Although 63 is a multiple of 21, so... I don't know how we ended up with... I don't know. Doesn't matter. NBT non-stackable? Maybe. Yeah, it's always possible that there's something that the chest could stack that AE2 can't for whatever reason. Something NBT. Can't store contents. Uh-oh. Oof, we ended up with a bunch of stuff in storage that shouldn't really be in storage, but that's okay. That's just part of how this works. Ideally, all the bulk things actually end up in... you know, their appropriate... storage drawers, but that's not always possible. Oh, wait. Yeah, like, are all the hammers that have the same durability and therefore can stack in a chest, are those going to stack in the ME system? Probably not. Maybe. What are... Oh, I didn't put the acceleration cards in. That's why it's taken so long. Cool. There we go. I should have done this hours ago. But we are officially fully digital. And we have unlimited water, which means we don't need this anymore. Is there a way to empty this? Probably not, is there? I mean, there is, but... That's going to take a minute, but it will empty that out so we can use it for something else. And we now have infinite water. Okay. Do we remember what we were doing that needed lots of water to begin with? I've forgotten already. There was something that we were looking at crafting in Advanced or Extended AE. Was it the cobblestone cell? Yes. It was the cobblestone cell. Because we needed like 1,000 buckets. We also are still not sitting on enough quartz or redstone. Let's go check on those. Redstone is 44,000. I should really, like, just take this apart. What? Why? Missing channel? Excuse me? How are we missing channels? Oh, shoot! I see it. Yep. When I hooked up power to be local to these, I accidentally bridged these two setups. Cool. All right, we're working again. So for the cobble cell, yeah, we're up to like 59,000. And then the other thing is Certus quartz, which we should probably scale up to our full like 4x size, because this is going to be slow if we just let this run this way. So we should probably move Certus quartz to a standard setup and make sure that it has all the right accelerators, etc. And yes, the ad break is starting in just a few seconds. So as per usual, I'm going to step away and get some water. And I always recommend you guys do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves, and when we return, we'll, I don't know, we'll either scale up Certus quartz a little bit more, because we need it, or we'll do something else. But we'll, I will see everybody in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. I had a thought regarding this, and that is that I think before we go ahead and like quadruple that, can't I put fortune on these? Yes, I don't have enough levels, but that's easy to solve. And like maybe we still should think about running this, you know, in parallel, but the fortune at least will help. All of this we don't need anymore. This was intro, bootstrapping, which is all done. Is this running a little bit faster? I mean, a little bit faster. I don't actually need this controller here other than to act as a power buffer. But it is good to have it being a power buffer, so I'm going to leave it on the power input network, I think. I think I need to upgrade my furnaces on several of these builds. I think that needs to be the next thing that we be thinking about. And then I also want to have the furnaces themselves so that in the future... Unfortunately, there's no like tier skip upgrades, so I have to manually create all three of them, but that's also unfortunate that that happens. All right. We are now significantly faster than than we were before. Beautiful. So yeah, the next upgrade to this is to put fortune on all of these. What's the best way? So like we have fortune 5, but I can't make fortune 5 books. The best ones I can make are fortune 3. Oh, we have create enchantment industry. Oh, well, this is going to be disgusting. All right, let's do it. Let's make a printer. Oh, I don't have brass. I've literally never made brass. Nor have I made a copper casing. Okay. We got a couple things we need to do. Oh, I don't have dried. Okay. So there's some things we still need to do if we want to do create enchantment industry, to duplicate our fortune so we can fortune all of our annihilation planes. Yeah, I don't think we have Evilcraft in the Skyblock version. I know which one you're talking about. Oh, I still have 2 storage cells that I never installed in the system. Let's drop those in just so we have them. Yeah, this is priority 2. So we will always prefer to put items back into storage drawers when we can, but obviously that's not always going to be possible. How are we doing on ice? I think we do need a speed upgrade on our ice production. Not like a really big speed upgrade, but we're going to have to get into Oratech and add a speed add-on to this. We're just not quite keeping up with 4 reactors running at whatever our current demand is. That is a problem for future Brandon, though. Right now, what do we need to do? What else are we missing to do this? The redstone is work in progress. The Certus Quartz glowstone. How are we currently making glowstone? I think just through sifting. We have ours spark flowers. I don't know if we can actually acquire those or not. Witch predictions make glowstone. Yeah, witches is a pretty good... Or bees is the other option. Yeah, a dedicated witch farm or bees are basically the ways to make glowstone. Otherwise, it's just whatever we get from sifting. Which, like, sifting has been enough for all of our needs. Apparently, also, we're still making a lot of redstone in the sifter. But... Yes. But I don't know if we can actually get the our spark flower or not. I don't see a crafting recipe popping up. Unless there's another flower that can do it. What about prismarine? I mean, also loot fabricator stuff, though. Mystical agriculture is very nerfed in this pack. We probably do not have access to the right seeds. You can see how much is missing from this page. I've made most of the useful ones at this point. Well, the devs did not want the players to just fall back to doing mystical agriculture for everything, which is fair. It's very overpowered, especially in a Skyblock. But yeah, it is unfortunately heavily nerfed. I mean, we do have potentially. Yeah, they kept the bees. Yeah. I don't think the bees are nerfed. I think we have all the bees. We do have all the bees, and I just don't wanna. They're just such a pain in the butt to get going and to get all the genes right, and like I don't want to do bees. Unfortunately, they might be. I mean, unless there's a way to make glowstone as a block rather than the dust form, or maybe one of the liquid forms. Oh, here we go. We can set up a laser drill. Do I want to set up a laser drill? Not really, but we can. There's also this. I don't consider this to be a viable way to passive anything. We have the modern industrialization void miner as well. Dimensional mine shaft. Okay. So we do have a couple of void miner options for glowstone. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't really have a proper industrial forgoing set up at all. Like, I just, I got enough of it together to get the soul lava set up for my wither, but this was very, handcrafted. And they don't have good upgrades. Well, they have one efficiency upgrade. That's it. Oh, I've definitely reached the point in the day where I just don't know what I'm working on anymore. Yeah. Still missing 35,000 redstone dust. So we have a long way to go on that. Still missing 60,000 Certus quartz. So this needs to be a lot faster. Or we need another way to generate Certus. Oh! Well, hello. Hello, Mr. Mr. Reaction Chamber Loop. All right. Yeah, apparently we don't currently have a recipe for either the dust or the crystals. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to encode this one. Although this is already a looping recipe, isn't it? So it's going to get mad. I guess I could set up a dedicated reaction chamber. And another... This extended inscriber is here to break the loop on the intro cloning. So this one has to be here. Does intro dust actually get used for things other than making more intro? The ingots. Okay. And that's fine, because that'll also come from here. I don't have a recipe for intro dust, do I? No. This is going to be a problem if we ever need to make, like, dozens of intro ingots simultaneously, because we'll want to be pulling from this. I could unlimit this and let this run to, like, 2,000 intro dust, and then we probably would never have a problem. I'm just scared of doing that. It worked fine up to, you know, 1 stack. But we don't necessarily need 64 stacks. Does the downgrade stack with... Yes! Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I want. The downgrade stacked with an upgrade. And then it only stores like a reasonable number. Although, why aren't we making more? I ask myself. I mean, it seems like it thinks that it can. Oh, this has a bunch of intro crystals in it. More than it looks like it has. Okay. That's fine. So it is working. Yeah, we're making more. They're getting crafted. Okay. The inventory on this thing is just confusing. Okay, so that's fine. So that should fix the loop on the intro stuff, because, like, for intro crystals, it's, what, 2x? So we can make up to, like, 16 stacks of intro... I mean, if something can't craft because we don't have enough intro dust, I can change this to store larger quantities. That's always fine. That is always an option. So thinking about the Certus loop, then... I think I want to passively make the crystals, and then we'll have a recipe that makes the dust and the charged ones. Yeah, and then that'll dump itself into a drawer. So, oak drawer, where they always go. We're gonna want a... Apparently, I don't have the crafting recipe for the reaction chamber saved. Also, is the reaction chamber... No, the reaction chamber is a normal craft. Sorry. Oh, and energy accept. Really? I never encoded energy acceptors? What is wrong with me? Now can we make this? Yes. Acceleration cards. We're going to need an export bus. Okay. Auto output to the bottom. And let me see. We need a crafting card as well. So this needs Certus dust and charged Certus and water. Yeah, that's fine. I know you're going to have power issues. We're going to fix... Darn it! All right, well, that's going to have to catch itself up again. I meant to take the power. Okay, and that exports. And then I just need to link this into the system, and it should be fine. Except that this is gonna totally fill up with all Certus instead of Certus dust. All right. Well, we need a extended inscriber that can make Certus dust for us. So let's get that. Extended pattern provider, extended inscriber. Auto export. And then Certus dust processing. Oh, nope. The regular one, please. All right, so this is going to start trying to make dust. There we go. And this is getting stocked with more dust now. And then spitting out Certus to here. Okay, that's working. And this is exactly what I was afraid would happen. Hmm. Yeah. This is the problem. Yeah, it's probably SFM is the right answer. I just don't want to deal with it. Oh, but we're going to have to. I probably don't even need an array of them. Like, it managed to make over 1,000 while I was just sitting here fighting it because it was broken. So... Ugh. And then black dye. We actually can just do this, can't we? Welcome back, Doggo Chaos. Oh, already done. Beautiful. All right, factory manager. And we need, what? We need... I guess a couple more drawers that are gonna be the inputs? Yeah, well, the disc and the label thing, I'm just thinking about how I want the overall build to look. But yes, we need the program disc and we need the label gun. And then we need a couple more drawers. We're going to need a couple of downgrades. We're going to need more accelerator cards. We're going to need more export buses. Okay. I think I got everything I'm going to need here. So this part is fine. We're going to need these guys here and the factory manager itself. Okay. And this is where I need to remember how Super Factory Manager works. So these are each going to export one of our two items. We're going to have Certus Dust into one of them. And Charged Certus in the other one. Okay. And I can increase the size of these buffers if I need to. The water, we can just do directly. Water. Okay. Auto export from the bottom on this. So now this needs to... Okay. Input from... dust. Output to... I already forget what it's called. Chamber. Sorry, I'm going to hit all the wrong keyboard shortcuts because I am an Emacs user. So, like, this should want to, like, input from one, output to the other, back and forth. And then, how does the label gun work? Hold labels. Okay. Oh, I have to... There we go. Push labels. Not connected by... Oh, is there a wireless part of this that I forgot about? Need a cable to be touching the chamber as well. Okay. Just any cable? Or part of the... There we go. No, wait. No, that's not good enough. That's not actually connected. Oh, I need to use the SFM cable. Okay. This one? Oh, that's awful. I mean, it's fine. Chamber 1 blocks, charge 1 blocks, dust 1 blocks. Okay. Well, this doesn't do what I thought it would, what I was hoping it would do, and that's just because we need to add some conditions on the output. You think? Will that also connect to the drawer? Or I guess the drawer is connected because it's adjacent, isn't it? Yeah, we're good. Perfect. Filtering. Limits? Is this what I want? Oh. All right. Yeah, the problem is we don't always have the inputs available. And I want it to just block if the inputs aren't available, basically, until it can get a stack, and only do a stack at a time. So that's what I need to do. If I tell it 64 specifically, will it wait until it can do a stack? No. I thought retain was about leaving things in the storage. Although maybe on output it does what I want. Is it output retain 64? I'm throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks here. Also, why is this... Oh, we got... Well, now we're stuck. All right, I guess I don't need two outputs, right? Because this is like... Well, we're closer. It's not... Limits. Do I want output 64 each? Well, now it is alternating full stacks. No, it's not. No, we lost our full stacks. That would work. Although then we might be in the place where it loops on one of them, which is the problem we had with just AE2. It really needs to be like... If chamber has less You know what? Call it less than or equal to 64. Input from... Wait. Sorry, if statements. Yeah. Empty slots. That's not what I want. I mean, the AE2 inscriber is... Can I see... Let me just see if we can find the Super Factory Manager docs. All right. I mean, those are the same... The same thing. Can I do... Oh, wait. I have an idea. If dust has greater than or equal to 64... This is disgusting. So what this basically says is import when you can import both. We could do 16 instead of 64. Yeah. And then I guess, yeah, we can use an and in here. Because 16 is the recipe increment, right? I'll have to double check that. Yeah, this works. Or it should work. It is coming through in groups now. That's good. But it's doing this. It's putting things in the output, which we need to make sure it can't do. Although maybe once this is running, it'll be fine. Okay, yes, this can run faster than that, so it's fine. Well, quote-unquote fine. And this is also only doing 1 craft a second, which is way too slow. So we do want to speed this up. The problem is, if we go too fast... What do you mean invalid program? Minimum trigger interval is 20 ticks. Okay. All right, if once a second is the only option, well, we're not getting dust that fast anyway. So I guess it's fine. We would need to improve the dust speed. Yeah, I could do a redstone clock, but we can't make the dust fast enough to actually run it at... I mean, all this work, and this is just significantly slower than this thing. Unfortunately, I don't know if we achieved anything here. Part of that is because the dust is too slow. And, like... Allow same pattern to be pushed. Because this can push as many of these in as possible, but, like... Oh, you know, our auto crafters are awful. That is something to keep in mind. We don't have coprocessors on these. Yeah, we could set up Mechanism Crusher. I think what I need to do, actually, is change this recipe. So that instead of doing one, it does, like, a stack at a time, right? Because if we do that, if we say a stack of that goes to... How do I do this? Oh, God. I can't. There we go. Oh. There we go. That did the trick. Mouse wheel. Thank you. Whatever. It's done now. Certus Quartz 64 at a time. And that should let this thing just go wild, right? We say we want like 1,000 of this. Yeah. This is now going as fast as it possibly can. And it's all immediately getting sucked up by this thing. Okay, so that helps with that part of the problem. In that we should be making this a little bit faster now, but, like, realistically, this augments our Certus crystals. It does not replace them, unfortunately. Well, maybe. This is also pretty slow. I mean, this makes us stack as often as it can get dust out, right? So... I mean, Mechanism Crusher is pretty quick. Maybe that's the way to go. Because we do have the ultimate crushing factory there. I think we would still want to use... Actually, I should be able to just steal this processing pattern and move it, right? Let's try Mechanism. There we go. Well, this is still running the craft that I queued up, which can do a lot in parallel. The auto machine can't... The crafting CPUs that I have set up for automation can't do as much in parallel. Also, this isn't running. What's broken? There it goes. Okay, so like every second or so, these do have acceleration and crafting cards. Same for the charged. Yeah, a dedicated crusher would probably be the way to go. And then we can just export Certus directly to it. I'm impressed the charging is like, well, at least not slower than the crushing. It seems like we're not... Only craft items to export? Maybe that's what we need. Will that get it to, like, consistently... Because, like, we're sitting here for several seconds, and this does not appear to be getting a job. And that's what's confusing me. Oh, we have a stalled... maybe that's the issue. There we go. Now it's running. And it's running quickly. All right. Yes, it's working. Well, now we're running out of charged, but... All right. Well, it is now part of the system. I mean, actually, in the time that this has been running, it's already up to like 12,000. And over here, what are we up to? Like 25? Okay. It might be faster than our Fortune 5 Annihilation plane. I could still quadruple this. I could make this our standard setup of Annihilation planes. That would help. But, like, the reality is this is just slow. Like, even with all of these growth accelerators, I'm watching this, like... try so hard. So we might just need a bigger Certus farm the old-fashioned way, but this was at least fun to set up. Well, we're no longer getting... Oh, there it goes. I could probably put coprocessors on my automation crafters. That might help too. Because, like, the automation crafters... Ah, and they're also getting stuck on being used for other things. So, yeah. We might need some additional crafters for automation jobs. That's what I'm seeing. Yep. Yeah, once those got past fluorite, they immediately switched back to this. So we're using up our whole crushing factory just on trying to run Certus, is what I'm seeing here. So yeah, a dedicated crusher would be... Right, the Certus takes over the crusher, and then these get busy... Yep. Yeah, dedicated crusher is definitely the right choice, so we don't have the auto-crafting situation. I agree with that. How close are we now to... I mean, we have half of the Certus quartz we need, and we still don't have glowstone. So, those have to be our next targets, is figuring out glowstone and all the Certus quartz. What do you mean no crafting CPUs are available? What? Oh, no. Missing ingredients. Okay, that's why we can't start. If I try to do something else, it should be fine, right? Cobblestone 1x? Yeah. That's just a bad error message. Okay. So I think probably... Well, there are improvements that could be made here, but I'm not overly concerned. It's also 557 KB to craft. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we also are not going to have enough memory, because I think these are 256s. Yeah. Oh yeah, 556. That's why there's no CPUs available, because there's not enough memory. Okay. But also we're missing ingredients. So I'm going to need to upgrade my crafters, right, to like at least a... This one. Which we should be able to do. We don't want to go all the way up to like the 256 meg, because we can't easily make the 256 meg storage components yet, but we can do a 1 meg. Do we do 4 meg? Maybe we do 4 meg. Yeah, and we have all the inputs to this. So if we wanted to upgrade our crafter to a 4 meg... Oh, well. How many crafters do I have? 4 of them? Why not? And that's going to take, I mean, that's going to take a minute to burn through all of these. We can upgrade one of them in the start, as long as it's not the one that's running for the other crafts. Doink and doink. Except actually put in the right crafting unit instead of replacing the same one. Ooh, orange. All right. So now, if I went to the cobble... Crafting CPU automatic. Yeah, now it sees that it can do it. And I'm glad I went for the 4 meg because this is going to use, I mean, potentially even extra depending on how much Certus it thinks it needs to charge and other intermediate steps that it thinks we might or might not have currently buffered. It's going to need more memory. All right. What is in basic storage that I didn't claim a... Oh, the downgrade. Sure. And then this can go, I don't know, here. That's another one for automation. That'll help a little bit, because I did seem like our automation was running out of open slots. So. All right. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I usually try to mute. That one snuck up on me. I'm going to call it here. This has been a 7-hour freaking stream. We made really good progress. I know it's hard to tell sometimes, but, like, we solved our power problem. We've got... I was just checking this. Like, we've got lots of Pollonium and Plutonium at this point, actually. So we probably should be thinking about the SPS sooner than later. And obviously continuing to upgrade the AE2 systems as we're able. I think we do probably just need to get a bunch more Certus crystals going. I think that's going to be the better option. But that also means I want to get more Fortune 5 Annihilation planes, which means we need to set up something like Create Enchantment Industry or something else to duplicate enchanted books. So I think those will be good goals next time. Doing a little bit of create stuff will be a fun break from all the really obnoxious, difficult mods that we've been doing recently. But yeah, that'll get us... Hopefully that'll solve our Certus problem, and then some kind of void miner for glowstone? Question mark, question mark, question mark. We'll figure that out too next time. So that's next week. Next Tuesday is Pyanodons again. And then also this weekend, I have been recording the next Greg Tech episode. So we will have a Greg Tech episode this weekend after missing them a couple weeks. So do I have anything else to say? Am I done rambling? I think I'm done rambling. Thanks for watching, everybody. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you folks next time.